see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I see little Miss Sharon. Thank you for letting me know. I was looking for interviews where parents did only their hands, you know, touching or holding hands or something, or they didn't want to be on camera, which I can understand to a certain extent, but we'll get into it. But I'm going to look at that. I want to see the interview. If you have it, feel free to send it to my email and we can play it on the show because I'll take a look for it. And it's TYRALL, foster parents of this boy or this little child, I'm guessing. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. I was looking all over and I was trying to think back, and I brought in an old, like, so I did this video. I'm going to have to look. I think it was back in April, like April 1st. I dropped this video, and I was so new as a creator. I think my first video was like at the end of March sometime. I'd have to look back at exact dates, but you're going to see, you know, little baby Lady Freedom. I mean, boy, was I green. It was, it's gonna be funny, but you know, it's just me too. Like, you know, everybody's their own worst critic, and so you go back and listen, and you're like, oh boy. But I didn't make bad points, so that's good. That's good. That's a good part. But it did show me, you know, kind of how far I've come too, as a creator, or just putting out videos about true crime in general. I talked about watching Unsolved Mysteries, and I'm like, oh. But anyway, it's just some of the moments are going to be funny. You guys feel free to laugh, and because I have a sense of humor about myself too. So Holly S, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. That's so sweet of you. Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. I also saw Borna Honey, and yes, Borna Honey, I have Ozzy Osbourne up on the screen tonight because he did. He passed away, guys, and I mean, it's absolutely sad. So this is the cutest picture that I could find of Ozzy and Sharon. Ozzy and Sharon have been together forever, and I don't know how many years they have been together. Look, my dad was very much into rock music, and I even worked at a heavy metal bar for a very long time, and that probably explains my dark appearance, and a lot of people hate on me for that, but it is who I am, and it's where I came from. And so I just adore Ozzy. I always have. Sharon as well. And of course I watched the Osbournes, right? I was in that age group, like with Kelly and Jack, right? And they were two of his children who appeared on the Osbournes, but they're all grown up now and they have children of their own, and just a really funny family. And when I was watching some episodes that I remember from MTV, right, and it was just so funny because I'm like watching this as an adult thinking, if somebody falls in their pool, I wonder if they had people sign a disclaimer. So, but that's the Prince of Darkness, Mr. Ozzy Osbourne, and just a sad day. It's a sad day for us who know. And SI Officer, so nice to see you. Thank you so much for hitting the like button, you guys. I really appreciate it. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, so good to see you. And then Kiki 2025 True Crime, so good to see you, my friend. I did get your email, girl, but I was uploading these videos, right, because I don't operate off the laptop, so I can't just watch and pause. So I upload all my videos daily and kind of, you know, edit and bring things in every single day. So it's thank you, Little Ruddo. Yes, rest in peace. Thanks, Borna Honey. Hey, Seclusion Works, good to see you. Yeah, no, thank you for listening tonight. I so appreciate you being here. Hey, GA 64, good to see you. It's good to see all you guys. Welcome in, everyone, and everyone in the bushes. So nice to have you. Yeah, no, you're totally fine. You are totally fine, Kiki. And I mean, I was unexpected. Well, I heard the Ozzy Osbourne stuff unexpectedly, so I'm going to make a tribute video for sure. I'll put that out, guys. Working on some things with my manager, so to grow the channel, right? We're going to be doing some things like a mod chat too. And then also I want to start being able to share links with you guys, like for, hey, Sasha, I want to be able to share these links with you guys, just for us to drop in the chat and things like that, because the more we can bring awareness, the better. And then also if there is a reward increase, we could always, you know, get that updated flyer out to share. And I'm trying to think of what else. So just be on the lookout for those things. I know I've tried. I don't know about Discord. I don't want the drama. I don't want the, you know, I don't want people screenshotting people's stuff that, you know, or something put in there. You know, I just want it to be private and safe on these streets. It's not easy like that. So, because you don't know who you're talking to all the time, right? Or why they want to talk to you so bad. Kiki, I'm not talking about you, my love. I'm talking about in general. It's very crazy. But I do want to be able to communicate with the mods. And I also want to start for members to have a communication with members, right? So I think that would be fun. And I just want to keep it nice and respectful and loving and a safe environment to be, like somewhere where you're not going to feel uncomfortable ever, and I would never feel uncomfortable either. And so this is very important to me, and I'm working on that behind the scenes as well, among other things. So we're painting this picture. I have a special guest coming up Monday, and we're going to discuss some of these pictures and some videos. The ones that I find to be important, not the one that SF is pushing. I don't like that one. We talked about it last night, so definitely go check it out. Little Red says no Discord. Okay, so that's why, like, everyone's like, don't do Discord. That's like, what did they tell me? That's the devil's playground or something. And I'm like, oh, well, that doesn't sound very appealing. I mean, obviously. So I'm like, well, let's get it nicer. But I guess you could do. I always think of things as being like used for good or bad, right? You could use something for good, you could use it for bad. So I kind of think of it like that. But then again, I'm like, ooh, that, you know, I take advice. I try to take advice. Yes, Detroit. I knew it, girl. I mean, come on now. This is so sad. And, you know, like I said, I kind of feel like I grew up with the Osbournes, like Kelly and Jack were like a brother and sister, like watching their lives, you know. I thought it was so, you know, cool. And just, and then watching it back, it's so cute and funny. And just like, oh man, it just reminds me of when I was young too. And it reminds me of my dad. So it reminds me of my dad. Borna Honey says that sounds like fun, lady. Growth and channel is a good go for it. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, so Borna Honey, it's so hard because I'm not like really versed in a whole lot of like I've never really joined a Discord or anything like that, right? So I'm like a little baby here again, but you know, that's good, right? I think it's good to expand, and I just want it to be something that's informative too, like where we can you know, communicate, you know, dropping links about new evidence and things like that, or even like, because I don't catch everything. Like, if it's cool if you guys know something that I don't know and you could just drop it in there really quick. And so, because sometimes my emails get bogged down, and I also got spammed really, really bad, like when everything first started going down. And I'm going to explain that stuff in my members only, because I owe it to people who are paid. But long story short, somebody signed me up for like all of these ridiculous things like PETA. And I'm not saying that PETA is ridiculous. I'm saying that the amount of spam email that I get from them is ridiculous, because I've never signed up for that shit. And like, I wouldn't sign up for that shit with the Lady Freedom email, because that is supposed to be for Sebastian only, for Crystal only, for, you know, Jack and Lily. If somebody sends me something there for them, please. I mean, anything that you guys find with these cases. Some of you know who you are, and you send me great information, and sometimes I might not always like reply, but I'll always like try to star it, or give you a heart, let you know that I saw it, because, you know, I just get so bogged down. And then also there's just so much spam. So I got to do something about that. And I have a solution, but I don't want to obviously tell, because people are insane. Oh, good. All right. Good. Seclusion. That's fantastic. The doctor says that the cataracts have come out, and I will require reading glasses. Well, that's fantastic. See, Little Miss Sharon says Discord, one for Discord, one for not. And then I've heard I have mixed reviews as well. Well, Facebook, okay, so the thing about Facebook is that people, okay, that's what the thing that happened the first time. It was like, don't do that, because people then have their own, it's not like I would come in as Lady Freedom, right? But like not everybody's going to do that, and that's unsafe for people. That's not safe to join things like that with your own information in this climate. Because if somebody gets upset with you or doesn't like something that you have to say, it can all of a sudden be something where they want to seek this like unreal, like it's not of reality revenge against you, and they want you to play this game with them, and I don't want to play that game, and it's gross. And well, good 90% is a good prognosis, I think. Seclusion, that's fantastic. I don't know, Kiki. That's why I've been trying to figure. Okay, so somebody has told me about it and like how it works. It's just a matter of me trying to go in there and fiddle around with it, because I'm sure I could figure it out. Like, I mean, I'm not bad with technology as long as I know it. Once I know it, I know it. But Black Sabbath, yes. Sasha Johnson. So, I mean, but we're going to work on that. We're going to work on it, Kiki. And that's the thing. And I rely on other creators to help me with those things. And they've been so great and so gracious as to give me their time to work with me on stuff. And I try to do that with everybody too, because we all have to go through like a certain, it's kind of like a certain milestones like that you go through, right? You learn the software that you choose, and then you start making the videos, and then and I mean, we're gonna see tonight, you guys are gonna it's the evolution of Lady Freedom, as well as let's look at the Only Hands interview and see what safety first is right, Sasha. Safety first is, it's so important. And I don't think that anybody has told me that Discord is unsafe. It's just that sometimes people feel like they're safe to put things out or say things to certain people because they feel a closeness, but that other person doesn't respect that closeness, and so they will exploit you if they if you say something that they can use against you. It's disgusting, and they should be ashamed of themselves. And that's the problem, is because if somebody was to say something in the Discord, like, I had a really hard time last night. Somebody hurt me, like, and anything private like that, if you ever needed help or a hand, or if you need to know resources to get out of an abusive relationship, please contact me privately, ladyfreedomsrawNarratives@gmail.com, and I'll help you get some resources in your area. But look, somebody that would say maybe something like that in a group chat, hey, wait, what? They might say something like that in a group chat, thinking they're in a safe environment, thinking they're in a safe place. And then somebody who's evil is going to screenshot that. And if they don't like them from something they said out in the YouTube streets, then they can give that to somebody else. And then that hate channel will say, see, ew, ha ha ha, look at this person, they're ha ha ha. They're very mean people. Life is too short. Life is far, far too short. Good to see you, Kathy. So I just want to make sure people are going to be safe where they are, and that we already understand coming into it, that you can't trust where you're at, but just I want you to feel safe, but not too safe. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, because some people are so tender-hearted, and I am too, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. That's the main goal, is that I don't want anybody to get hurt, and I don't want there to be discord in the Discord. I don't want there to be problems in there. Yes, we can all agree to disagree, or there's going to be times where people might have a debate. That's something different. I would rather that than mean-spirited, going real life stuff like that, and that's why we can't use Facebook, because that's already a no-go because of the using of people's own, because your family and stuff is important to safeguard too, because not only do they want to destroy you, but then they decide if you have children, they'll destroy their lives by calling CPS or whatever it is. It's stressing out their mama, right? Somebody, and it doesn't matter who it is, any of yous, I don't care who it is, going back and forth and doing these things. You got to remember, if there's kids involved, none of yous is right. And that was, I posted that. I stand to it. What's said in private is a whole different ball game than getting up here and being so hateful and jumping on the hate bandwagon. But that's all I'm going to say about that tonight. But Facebook is quite boring, Holly. I never look on my Facebook except for I use Messenger to like message people back and forth, because there's certain people. Well, and two, I do have a Lady Freedom Facebook page, right? And like I said, but it's like, I just even get afraid of that because I just don't want people are crazy as hell. They're just crazy. It's like, oh, you gotta be so careful once you take it off of YouTube. Borna Honey says, I've never attached my kids to the Facebook out of fear for them. Yeah, mine's very minimal. And I have a good friend, Borna Honey, and her little baby, I think he's like 2, but she doesn't show him at all, like at all. And I'm like, hey, I respect that. That's really smart. And in this day and age, it's very, everybody's proud of their kids. That's what sucks, is like everybody's proud of their kids. And so, but it's sad that somebody would deliberately go after someone's kids like that, or use them as a pawn. It's beyond me. But tonight, so let me change my background. And again, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne, and my heart is with Sharon and all of Ozzy's children, because he did have 4. But we have Sebastian Rogers, who is still missing, right? $500,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of whoever has hurt Sebastian. Hey, Linda Hall, good to see you. And so, I'm going back to the beginning because we're going to finish up at the lights, because the way that my brain works is going back to the beginning and then up into this point, right? And there's a lot that has happened, even if we were to go as far back as the poker game. But I don't have any evidence about the poker game from reliable sources. And so on that, I've kind of just waited and said, all right, let's talk about where Chris and Katie were, because we already know where Seth was, and he passed a 3.5 or 4 hour polygraph through the National Polygraph Association. And I don't know what to say. Whatever. So we're trying to establish what Katie and Chris were doing that night, other than we have like a 2.5 hour phone call, right? We'll just say 2.5 hour phone call. We're leaving back off with kind of yesterday. But what I've done here is I brought in some theories, what I was thinking back in the beginning of April of 2024, right? So, and please tell me oh gosh, I can't believe I'm actually connected this time. Look at hot dog. All right. So, no. Let me look and I'll see. But I was very green again. So, bear with me on that. And then I just kind of thought it was interesting, some of the points that I was bringing up right off the bat in the case, because, and what kind of things that we know now that we can either confirm, deny, or maybe validate, because, a lot of this has been hard to kind of get through and come to a certain conclusion. And I really believe that it's designed that way out of confusion, kind of to set up all of this confusion and make us second guess everything we know. And then, heaven forbid we get it wrong and we're a bunch of dumb idiots. Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't want it to play. That's going to. I'm just going to go to the description really quick. Oh, so I was wrong. April 5th, right? So this was April 5th that I posted this video. 2024. Sebastian went missing February 25th or 6th, right? But he was reported missing the 26th at around 6:38 a.m. And that's kind of what we know. I did have like a little timeline that I established at that time, and I put that into the video. So I'm talking, but you can see that. If you want to screen grab that and use it for something, feel free to do that. I think it's still pretty accurate from back then, right? April 5th is when I put this out. And, these interviews are from Caitlin Miller 11 days after Sebastian went missing. And this is the video that I dubbed the Only Hands video, like OnlyFans, but like Only Hands video, right? Because it's only their hands. And even in the thumbnail, that is the description that Caitlin Miller posted when she put the video up, because she's like, hey, I mean, and and another interesting thing I want you guys to pay attention to, I almost forgot. And I'm going to play the Crazy Lady Freedom version, and then we're going to break it all down. So I have some more to get in depth with you guys, but first I want to kind of show you the ones where I point out the tapping and the different things. But what's really interesting about this is that because we can't see their faces and their expressions, the interviewer looks over at Caitlin Miller a lot of the time, like maybe I'd say a quarter of the video, maybe even a little bit more than that. But it's interesting. Her facial expressions tell everything, in my opinion. And that's what I've done in these first clips. So we're going to just kind of go over that, and then we'll break them down. So here's our first one.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. I just wanted to start out today by saying that I'm in my early 40s and I became interested in cases at a very young age. I don't know if anybody out there is about a show called Unsolved Mysteries, but it used to scare me. It was terrifying. And just knowing that there were people out there that was still missing, or that crimes were not being solved, that we didn't know what was happening. It was a mystery. We didn't know what was going on. But I kept watching these stories because it made me feel better or more safe that someone was out there trying to figure out what happened in these crimes or find these people. And let's be honest, we all want to know when there are crimes against humanity. Most of us want justice, even if it's something that didn't happen to us. Never in my true crime life have I ever seen anyone who was missing a child do an interview with their hands. If anyone else out there has seen this, I would love to know, or if you know about something that has happened and you've seen this before, I would definitely love to know about it. Now, I would like you to keep looking out throughout the video for Chris tapping his finger throughout the video. I pointed it out when it happens with the little pointer fingers, and I make a comment in the video about all of Chris's energy that he was using in the first interview, talking with his hands, and it's gone down to his pointer finger. So he's just kind of tapping his pointer finger or his index finger. And even though we can't read their facial expressions, I find this to be really interesting and something to look at, because people who talk with their hands, like I do, I talk with my hands, I'm very expressive. If you talk with your hands, you're trying to get your point across when you're doing that. So I just find it really interesting that since he can't use his hands to talk because he's holding hands with Katie, that he actually starts tapping his finger when he wants to say something, or, when he agrees, maybe, I don't know, let's see. What do you think? And the little eyeballs are going to be for Katie. You can see her stroking Chris's arm, and she does do this throughout the entire video. So I don't have them up the whole time, but she does it throughout the whole video anytime their hands are shown. I also want you to listen for when Katie and Chris sigh. It's more of an annoyed sigh than a sigh of distress or worry. One more thing I wanted to point out before we watch is when Chris and Katie tell the story of what happened from Sunday to Monday. This is very important because it's the last time Sebastian was seen in his home before he wasn't. To me, it sounds very rehearsed and then just regurgitated. And Katie's monotone accounts of what happened to her son, even her feelings, don't help the fact that it sounds very rehearsed. What do you guys think? And also, when you're watching their hands, Katie's stroking his arm. It's happening through the whole video. Is he being reassured through this? Is she doing it because she's traumatized? What do you think? And also, Chris's tapping. Is he signaling to Katie? What is happening with the tapping? Let's take a look.
Just to start, just so we have it on file, just both your first and last names and spelling.
Katie Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
Chris, Chris, last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
It's rough. I mean, we are on day 11, no answers. And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But, I don't know, for us we sit here and we wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully he walks through our door, which would be amazing.
Okay, guys. So obviously I was pretty passionate even back then. I guess I didn't realize how passionate I already was. But that's Baby Lady Freedom. That was my 8th video. I checked on the thing or while you were watching this. So crimes against humanity spark the pursuit of justice in us, even though we aren't directly affected by it. Long story short, but long-winded I was back then too. Hey Ava, nice to see you. And then, I also talk about the tapping and the stroking. We're going to see that a lot. So you'll see Katie, with the arm, she's stroking Chris's arm, seems to be soothing him, but it could also, like I said, be soothing herself too, because it is, the same motion over and over and over again. The tapping, we'll continue to see that with Chris, and I'll point it out every time it happens in these, and then we're going to watch it when we break it down. I won't be pointing it out, but it's amazing how many times you'll see it in this video. And again, you'll never see them wiping tears. You'll never see them really break their grasp on each other until Chris scratches his beard or something. Like he does something on his face. Where you can almost hear him scratching like his goatee or something, or whatever you call it. And then I do believe still that it was rehearsed, and you'll hear more of that later in the interview. But some of the examples with this is that they could be tapping and doing certain motions between each other without saying anything. So that's another thing to look out for, and we'll talk about it as we break it down too. And then also the deep breaths in and out with Katie. So Katie seems to do this. I don't know if it's something, a bit of advice that she was given to, or I remember Duchess for the Missing telling her, take a deep breath. It's okay. Take a deep breath. So I don't know if she's using that to stall or if she's honestly trying to calm herself down. She very well could be. It's a stressful situation being in an interview like that. you know, and especially when you can see the interviewer is, oh, am I echoing, guys? I'm sorry. Sometimes if that gets a little bit too close to the other cord, it'll echo. Thank you, Kiki, for letting me know. So yeah, deep breath in and out with Katie. I don't know what to think of that or really what to make of it, because we do hear her doing it. But then when it came to the 1 year mark and she did the interview, she took that deep breath in and out. And it was like she did it when she screwed up and there was like a slip, right? And so that's why I'm not convinced that that's something that she's doing because she's upset naturally. Again, rehearsed is still my theory, I guess. Little Miss Sharon says, Lady Freedom, I contacted Aussie True Crime on Discord and she has it on file. She is just doing school pickup. We'll look when home. Oh, cool. All right. Thank you so much. Hands interview. Thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon. That's great. Well, I'll have to go check out Aussie True Crime. Cool. I've never heard of her before. Hey, Kelly Holcomb. Good to see you. It's so weird too. It is so weird. And like I said, I don't know if she's like soothing Chris or herself, or, you know, the tapping's also really odd. I have a hard time believing certain people too, Holly. Yes, I do too, especially when it's a really ridiculous thing. Krista 23, good to see you, says that would be awesome if someone leaked it with their faces. Yeah, I know. I really would like to see, because they're like, oh, we're too emotional to do the interview, but then they're not crying at all, you know? Don't I sound so different, Kiki? I know. I listened to it today. I was like, what the heck is this? And, you know, I was using completely different equipment too back then. Like that, like, it's just so, it's just so funny. I couldn't believe it was that old that I did. And I couldn't believe, like, I did the hands interview. I mean, I started making videos a little bit later in the game, right? But I was watching everything, and back then I also thought that the mint green shirt and when Katie was the Holly Thompson interview, I thought that was the first one, and then I realized no, Duchess for the Missing was the first one that they did right before they did that one. So it's so funny what we thought we knew. Also, I was using the picture from the Texas Roadhouse that had the TBI logo on it, and not the one that we know is, you know, was the last one of Sebastian. Oh, it's on this flyer. Okay, sorry, I was gonna pull it up. Never mind. So yeah, I mean, you know, how much we know now. It's so weird to look back on that too. So much confusion, Little Redo. Yes. Hey, Deanna, good to see you. Well, I was thinking Morse code too, Deanna. I was thinking that too, but I don't know Morse code well enough to be honest with you, especially like back then. But I was thinking that as well. But I was like, I don't know if I could really get it, you know, because I know it's like, you know, short, long, you know, I know that the concept, right? Because of like the old school walkie-talkies, you know, and like me and my brother would play on those. But like, I honestly don't know. And, you know, if they could do a simpler form, it makes me wonder about a simpler form of Morse code too, to where people wouldn't really recognize it, but it would be their own little, like Pig Latin, you know, like, you know how that works. And, you know, so I don't know. Yeah, so if they change to what they think, then why are we on the parents just confused? So if they changed, I don't know what you're asking, Little Redo. I'm sorry. You might reword it and I could probably figure it out. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I don't know. True that. Well, that is true. That is true. Sometimes you kind of got to know who you're dealing with. Hey, Cinderella, good to see you. Hey, WV Holler Girl, good to see you. Hey, Brenda Marshall, good evening to you. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate having you here. I know I'm behind in chat, so I'm looking for yours, Little Red. In my opinion, signals just like coughing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's got to be something, because like they do it throughout, and it's in certain ways, and then also Chris does it like as an expressive thing too. Like I'll point it out, but it's so strange. Like that, I really need to see this other one. Oh, At Night decided that the parents had nothing to do with this now. Oh, well, I mean, just because At Night decides something doesn't mean that I decided it, Little Red. Oh, this is my show. Hey, excuse me, Nick the Hat, if you're listening. Just so you know, this is my show. I'm just kidding, Nick. I had to use you as a scapegoat there. Kelly Holcomb, it is very weird. I have not seen a post. Look, guys, I'm going to tell you, if I had eyes in the back of my head, I still wouldn't see everything that's out there, right? And I'm going to say that until they find Sebastian, I don't think anybody can say anything, especially when it comes to Chris and Katie and being the last one in a locked house with Sebastian. I mean, again, I would have to look at what they put out, but I don't catch everything. And I also, like, I have my own brain in my cabeza, that I use up here. I'm like, it works still. As long as it's working, I'm going to use it for myself. I mean, At Night can put whatever they want out. Yeah, the cough is so obvious, Deanna. It is so obvious. And, and the thing is, too, is that there are so many of these little nuances that we've found throughout all of the interviews. Like, I can remember the cough in the Chronicles of Olivia interview, and also Chris. And these are the things that people don't realize they're doing when they're doing them. But Chris was going like, you know what I mean? Like, while Katie was talking, so it was like, it's like he was thinking it in his head because it was so rehearsed that he was going over it in his mind while she was doing it. And he was doing it like, because this is like the billionth time he's heard this fucking story. And they've rehearsed it so many times. So he thinks he's got it down pat. But he's sitting there going, and I mean, he's telling on himself that they rehearsed it, because obviously if you weren't there also, you wouldn't know what happened. If you were there, then you might be confirming, yeah, that happened. But if he wasn't there, then how the hell would he know? It's like, it's just funny to me. It's comical. And I also think that it's ridiculous for us to believe, especially once we look at the reactions. And we're going to do a comparison on that. I've worked a lot on these videos lately to kind of paint this picture for you all. And then, of course, I know that people want like a more established timeline. But that's kind of what we're doing with these interviews and videos. And that's why I wanted to go back to them. Because, again, this is 11 days after Sebastian went missing. And, it's a very crucial time, because this is when they were searching a Kentucky landfill for Sebastian. Not a tear. Not one single tear. Caitlin Miller asks them the question about the landfill, and they have nothing. I mean, sorry, At Night. sorry, everybody that, I can't help you. So we're just gonna keep going. We're gonna truck right along. Here we go. And then again, like I said, the tapping, and then you're gonna watch Caitlin Miller because we can't see them.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says all it is. You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos. Even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before, he likes fishing and things like that, but...
Cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's a good kid.
There are no leads, nothing caught on video. Your son has been missing for 11 days now. How does that make you feel as parents?
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home.
When you walked in Monday morning and didn't see Sebastian in his room, what was your gut reaction?
My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never experienced sheer panic in the way that I did. And basically for every minute since, that not knowing where your child is a pain that I've never known pain like this before.
And walk me through the events that happened, from Sunday leading up to Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening, and when we came home, We had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some. I let him stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, you know, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. And he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room, and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
Okay, so you can see Caitlin Miller there. She's like, okay, like that's, I mean, very awkward, very awkward. Now we're talking about, you know, someone who is a young reporter. I'm not saying she's Barbara Walters, but my God, she's sitting there going, yeah, okay, sure. In my opinion, that's the look, right? And it's, I mean, to me, if I'm sitting there listening to this and you told me, you know, we just can't do it on camera because it's just too emotional, and I'm hearing this, right? And this is just the beginning, right? Like the first 10 minutes of an edited, you know, I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess it's an edited piece, right? So, a couple of things that Katie mentions in here that contradict the stories that she told before this, right? When she was talking on Duchess for the Missing, and then she was also on, let's see, Holly Thompson's interview, and then next they're on with Caitlin Miller, and then subsequently they go on, you know, Smiley and Olivia, and you know, on and on. Another thing that they contradict in here is that, the first thing that they contradict is that she says that she let him stay up a little late, right? So that was the first time I'm listening to these interviews and I'm like, well, she never said she let him stay up a little bit late that night in any of the other interviews. So I was like, okay, that's strange. And then also they talk about Katie's bedtime being at midnight, but she doesn't mention that she was on the phone with Chris this time or anything like that, right? She doesn't mention any of that. She just says, you know, I went to bed at midnight. It wasn't like, you know, my husband and I were talking. She skips through a lot right here, right? Temporal lagune, a lapse in time, a big lapse in time. And this is kind of an interview where it seems very rushed to me. Especially like when Chris is telling the story, it's more like a yada, 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 and then this happened, and then a yada, 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 you know, trying to get everything over with, right? We hear about like the shiny pennies, and that's one thing that I do remember being contradicted later by Seth, and he's like, you know, they were describing him when he was much younger. He had that propensity when he was younger, you know. Hey, Carla, good to see you. I know their voice is Deanna. I know. Michelle says ought to bring them back in, separate them, and then start from the beginning. This time, no prompting. Yeah, Michelle, I really wish they would, and just at least do something like that. Just something, you know, show us that you're trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. Because I mean, let's be honest. There's no way that he left that neighborhood by himself without any shoes and made it, you know, far, anything like that. It's just, we talked about it last night, really, I feel like at length. I feel like we've talked about it a lot, just on every show. It's very obvious that Sebastian wasn't abducted and he didn't run away, in my opinion. You know, we've pretty much debunked those theories, and now this is what we have left, right? Hey, Tina Von Young, good to see you. Yes, I do believe that the poker game has something to do with it, Tina. I'm just not sure, without bringing in more knowledge and research on it. And again, those who spoke on the poker party are not reliable sources. And so that's the main issue. You know, and they claim to have the knowledge, but they just want the attention. That's what's most important to them, not finding Sebastian. Because if they really were interested in finding Sebastian and not their own personal gain, then they wouldn't be hiding that information, and they'd be screaming to high heaven to law enforcement about it. You know what I mean? Good to see you, Tina. Hey, C-Star. And these get me fired up, guys. Like, I hear you guys saying, like, oh, there's Broadfoot's, these voices. They get me fired up, because especially when I was just a baby little creator, I knew nothing about YouTube. I knew nothing. You know, I knew my ass from a hole in the ground on all of this stuff, right? And I am a completely different person today. It's crazy. You know, especially even presenting information to you all. I'm very much more confident, and, you know, I'm just used to it now, right? And I wasn't then. This is my, what, video 8 or whatever. Yeah, 8. It's so funny. But I mean, you know, it's important to look back at these interviews, and then I wanted to break it down. Hey, not today, honey. Good to see you. So yeah, it's just one of those things, you know, where it's like, let's break these down again, and then let's see like what I got wrong, or maybe like what we know now that we didn't know then, right? Because it's like there's so much that stands out to me about these interviews. And then I also have one with Seth that I brought in too, that Caitlin Miller did with Seth. And so we're gonna do a little bit of a comparison there. I have a good show for you guys. Detroit says that night Sebastian was there with KP and got in trouble for going on the computer or something, allegedly. Something happened that night, and I believe CP was there, in my opinion. Well, and I believe that too. I'll tell you guys what I believe about the poker party. And I don't know it for sure, you know, but it's kind of what I believe about it, right? Because it's from what I've heard, which is hearsay. But here's what I think. I think something happened at the poker party, and I think that maybe the poker party was intended to plan out or to get together about what was about to transpire. This would fit my theory. This would fit many of our theories, I should say, but the one that I'm mainly working on, we're going to have a special guest, right? And I just don't want to lump my theory into this person's theory, because I think that even though we are on the same page, like a lot, you know, obviously, because it's not going to be a debate style or anything. We've definitely been working together on this. And so, but I do want to just say we are our own people, right? We have our own brains, you know, just like we were talking about earlier. So I just want to preface that. But it would fit with that. And then also, I believe that Chris was there because there's more than one person saying that he was. And that's why I believe that, right? But it's difficult because we don't have any of them coming forward and saying, oh yeah, we had the poker party or whatever. And there's not been anything solid. If you do have anything solid, let me know, but please, you know, do it quickly, because this week is flying by and I have a lot planned for this week. But that doesn't hinder, you know, us talking about something important. I'm just saying that I'm trying to piece this together for an audience, so I want it to be like where you guys can follow it and be like, oh, I'm following what you're saying, Lady Freedom, you know, because I do want to present a more factual approach than, you know, well, I just think this, and, you know, if you don't like it, too bad, you know, or whatever. I want to have it be understandable, you know. Michelle says, I was thinking, why would a parent with autistic child take them on a very overstimulating day, knowing he's going to get triggered, and if it wasn't trying to keep him out of the house for a reason? Well, and, you know, I do think that there may have been certain instances that could have been triggering for Sebastian that Katie should have known were triggering. Like you said, an exhausting day, right? It's overwhelming, it's overstimulating. On top of that, again, I believe that most bowling leagues happen on the same day. And if he was promised to go bowling and they had to change the plans, that could also be stressful for someone who's on the spectrum. And I'm not saying it was for Sebastian, because I don't know, but it could be. And it very well could have been. And it could be a deliberate trigger if you know that that's the case, right? And boy, have we seen people that like to antagonize others. It's really crazy. Hey, C-Star, good to see you. So it's believable. And it does seem to me that Katie likes to antagonize Sebastian to a certain degree. She wouldn't allow Aunt Melissa to do what she did at his birthday party to him ever. That's when my claws would have came out as a mom. I don't care if it was my sister-in-law or not. I would say you never do that to my kid again. Tina says, hey, lady, I heard Smiley also talk to someone who was at the poker party. I feel it was a different kind of party, if you know. Yeah, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Well, and what if, what if something happened that was the last straw and they quick hurried up and planned this, right? Tina girl, do you know when about that was, or if you want to email it, if you want to tell me privately, but I'd like to know, because Smiley's a reliable source to me, so I would definitely go over and check her out and look. Thank you, and I still will. Yeah, she could have kept Sebastian busy knowing what, in my opinion, was planned. Yeah. And I agree. I mean, that's the thing. Those are the things to consider. And, it's still not going to be a completely solid theory. It's just, to me, I want it to be at least a working one that works and that could happen. And then it can be really fun for you guys to try to either poke holes in it or, add to it or however, because, again, I want this to be a group effort and a collective effort for us to try to figure out what happened here. And, it's so much information to go through. Again, it's just intended to be overwhelming instead of, I've always thought it was a goodbye party for the evil witch. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Carla. Yeah. Hey, Rogue, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, and they like to talk about that pineapple. Everything turns into an SEX nature with these people, and it's the locals who are really, really bad about it. And I'm not saying all of the locals. I'm talking about the ones here on YouTube. I'm not, look, people are adults. They can do whatever they want with other consenting adults. But again, it doesn't end there, typically. Typically, it leads to really, really dark paths, and sometimes even involving yourself in a network of people who are interested in little kids. So it is disgusting. And if you get into that life, be ready to reap what you sow. Thanks, Rogue. And I'm not, guys, like I said, when it's private and an adult, I'm not going to tell nobody how to run their life. I'm not. But it does lead down, dark avenues. Tina Girl says, what did Sebastian see on that computer? Well, that's a good question, too. I heard that as well. Thank you, Tina Girl, because that's what I was going to say earlier, too. The computer is another reason why I think that something happened, because that's been brought up several times. So again, like when something's said by many different sources and it's the same thing, it's kind of like, yeah, some people could be, again, jumping on a bandwagon, just saying something and being like, oh, yeah, because people lie all the time. They want to feel relevant and heard and seen, and I get that. But I also think that, you know, you shouldn't do that when there's a child missing and we're trying to figure things out. You're muddying the waters, right? And it's self-serving. It's not helpful. And, you know, there's been a lot of that, unfortunately. But I do think about the computer being something, it could have been something really bad that was on there that Sebastian saw. And let's just think about this. It could have just been something embarrassing to somebody else that they didn't want Sebastian to tell. And so there's that, right? Where it doesn't really even take that much, right? Because it could be really, really bad what he saw, or it could have just been something that was embarrassing to somebody else. And they were, you know, we witnessed how they treated Sebastian, what they thought of him. Even when Chris is being nice, he's rude and ignorant. You know, this is one of the nicer things he said.
Very high functioning.
I mean, and that's why, like, I was trying to just put it out there, is like, everybody has come up with this idea, and that's not the case. People wouldn't know Sebastian, like, if we had never said he was autistic, people would not have a clue that Sebastian was autistic. They would thought something was wrong with him and not ever said autism.
Right. And you know what? If he...
You know, it's funny because, like, even when I look back on my 8th video here, I never ever thought anything was wrong with Sebastian, but I always knew there was something wrong with Chris. So, oh no, Rogue, what's wrong? I just said, well, that's okay, I'll be fine. What's wrong? Yeah, he couldn't even have a good birthday. And then, like, I mean, if your own mom's not going to stick up for you, who is? You know, like, if I was in the wrong and I did something, my mom wouldn't stick up for me. She'd tell me to say sorry and stuff. But I mean, like, yeah, maybe, Tina, I mean, that's the thing. That's another thing they could have been worried about. Come school Monday, Sebastian could tell, right? Tina says, yes, the poker game was something Sebastian would tell the teachers about Monday. He had a very good relationship with his teachers. And again, going back to the teachers, Patricia Szymanski said the opposite of what Chris Proudfoot just tried to peddle that bullshit to us. She said that if we saw Sebastian walking down the street, we would think that he had no deficits at all. Chris, you're wrong. And Deanna says, from what I remember about leagues Wednesday night and Sunday afternoons. Yeah, exactly, Deanna. I haven't been, my daughter did like a little bowling league after school, and I think it was like a Wednesday or Thursday night. I never did a bowling league. I'm not good enough to join a bowling league. Like, I don't know anybody that would have me. So, but bowling's fun. I'm just not good at it. Hey, Baba Rose. I kind of just like lob the ball down there and I'm like, yay. You know, I get excited when I get one pin. I'm like, woohoo, look at me. You know, not today, honey, says Lady Chris wasn't allowed at the home. So to have the poker party at another local address starts to make some more sense. Yeah, absolutely. I agree there. And that's a really great point, that because people were saying that he was also staying like at his mom's too. Like, he would come home for the weekends, but he might be staying over at his mom's. And then, I mean, and if Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend, then of course he could have still came home on the weekends, but it doesn't seem like he didn't even do that, right? Which is weird, because he started, you know, I mean, if Sebastian wasn't there, then Sebastian wasn't the only problem in Chris's opinion. And I'm not saying that to be mean to Katie at all. I think that's absolutely hurtful when your spouse is mean to you or doesn't treat you well, like you deserve to be treated. And, you know, that goes for men, women, whatever. But it's just, you know, I mean, if he wasn't coming home to her when Sebastian was gone, then Sebastian wasn't the only problem in their marriage. It was between them two. You know, because if Sebastian was the only problem, then he'd come home when he wasn't around. Yeah, I think so, Carla. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rogue. Girl, I get in the funk myself sometimes. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here to take your mind off things. Carla, that's so sweet. Aw, Carla says, Rogue, don't let anyone take away your smile. We love you. Exactly. We love you, Rogue. You're so sweet. Carla, that's awesome. Well, there's a lot of things that are weird about Mr. Chris. We'll just say that. The control. Guys, whenever there is an sex related crime, right? It's not about like attraction. Believe it or not, it's about control. And that's it. It's not love, attraction, any of those. It's to have control over another person and to ruin them, to ruin their life. Detroit says, I wonder if Sebastian fought back that night and CP flipped out on him allegedly. Yeah, I mean, like the thing is like, you know, we don't know where these came from. And, you know, he's saying it was the dog. But I mean, those are not Morky bites. And those are definitely appeared to be marks that would match up with Sebastian's teeth. You know? And again, it's alleged. Hey, Rogue. I'm sorry. Hey, not Rogue. I went to go look at the other one. I went to say, hey, Hindsight, and I saw Rogue underneath. Hey, Hindsight, good to see you. The chat is always so colorful when Rogue is here. And Cinderella says, my mom would never stood up for me in my presence. Well, and, you know, I'm so sorry to hear that, Cinderella. You know, that's what's upsetting here the most to me is like when I see that, because Aunt Melissa being a jerk, okay, maybe she's a jerk, you know, but like your mom, yeah, I'm so sorry. My gosh. And, you know, when that happens, and I think Sebastian was internalizing it too, you know, he internalized it and he like took it personally. Like, I don't know why my mom doesn't like me, but that's what I would think too, would be like, okay, my mom doesn't like me, right? Because they're not sticking up for me. Like, I'm so sorry, and it's awful. Hey, Gigi, sorry guys if I'm missing anybody. Welcome into everybody coming in. I don't know about that element being present. Not today, honey. I don't. I couldn't say either way. But again, when you're dealing with people who have these, everything turns to that, right? Everything. I mean, you know, you can't watch somebody, you know, searching without them making references to like even the bugs doing it. And you're like, what? Like, it's very weird. There is a weird subculture there. C. Taylor says something was wrong with him, and ASD diagnosis absolutely did not mean that. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I know. C. Taylor. Yeah. No. And that's the thing. Like, I never thought that about Sebastian ever. Like, even seeing any of his pictures or anything like that, I wasn't like, oh gosh, something's wrong with that person. No, I thought when I saw Chris in action and his words and his pictures, sorry, that's me. But when I saw his picture, I thought there was something wrong with him. But, you know, it's just, and then I get mad when he says things. You're welcome, Rogue. I just get so mad when he says things like that, you know, and that was him being nice. That was one of the nicer things that he said about Sebastian, you know, but it's always something like that that's so underhanded. And could you imagine having to live with that guy? My Lord. Yeah, Rogue says, all I know is I sure would not have any children around those two. Chris and Katie, especially Chris. Well, and you know, when they go on podcasts, that's exactly what they're talking about, right? They go on shows where that's what's being talked about, whether Katie is with Chris or Katie's not, he's right there up there talking about it, you know. And again, there's an option on YouTube that says, like, you know, is this for kids or is it not? My videos obviously aren't for kids either. It's adult content. But I don't know. And you know, I watched Josh had Dr. Gary and Chris McDonough on again last night, and they were talking about that nasty old creep that took Maddie Soto's life and was raping her, you know, for a large part of her short life. And I mean, you know, you would really need to just have a barf bag handy. And I love Josh. I'm not saying anything bad about, but it's just, you know, how sick and twisted that Steven Stearns is. And then he was able to plead no contest. And it was like, you know, that's another problem that I see in the judicial system, is when we allow for that. They should have no more rights anymore. No more. I don't care. You're going to take a deal. Well, you're going to plead guilty because you were. And his statements, guys, I mean, like, I can't, because I would literally, if you guys want me to, you know, vomit on stage, we could talk about it. But, you know, when you see that, you realize that exists in this world. You know, we can't overlook it when we're talking about these cases. We cannot overlook it. And I'm not here to coddle Chris and Katie. I'm not here to coddle Seth, even though he doesn't need it. I'm here to talk about the case and what can actually be deducted from facts. And Detroit Rec City says this is definitely teeth marks and scratches, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, and it could be like, you know how, gosh, I could dig my nail in a little bit, but you guys probably couldn't see it. But if you even just like, because my nails are like, you know, claws, but like, you know, if you just like dig your nails in a little bit, that kind of looks like somebody digging their nails in too. I'm gonna have to take a picture of it and show you guys. Maybe you guys can see it. I don't know. Tell me if you can see that. But like, you see how I'm making marks? But those are like deep, right? I don't know. Like, when somebody's adrenaline is going and there's a fight, right? When you're in fight mode for survival, you could definitely make some gouges like that, right? If you're really holding on and you're for life, right? And you're fighting, heck yeah, that can be totally Detroit. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, and we just don't know. That's, but I think what we can establish is that Sebastian's a fighter, and that he's had to survive his whole life, right? It is triggering, Rogue. It is. And gosh, we're going back over Chris and Katie's interviews. My goodness. Hey, Mima, in my opinion, good to see you. They should never have pled her life away. I know it, Mima. I know. And you know what? I need to do a Maddie tribute, because she, just a beautiful young girl, did not deserve any of this. I hear that her mother's in a mental hospital too. And typically we would say prayers for her, which we still should, I guess. Maybe prayers that she ends up in prison. You know. Because in my opinion, she's just as guilty as that man. In my opinion, they had enough to put him away, and they should have just put her away too. But, you know. Yeah, the marks on CP's arms look like, yeah, teeth marks. Yeah, they match up, right? Like, as if they could be. I cannot watch Maddie Soto stuff. Triggers me so bad. I wish things on him. I know, Born a Honey, me too. Like, it gets me like, and then, you know, pukey, and, you know, it's just not a good combination. It makes me mad and pukey, you know. And it's so vile. It's so awful. And then, like, listening to his statements yesterday, I was like, ooh, I was just glad that I had, you know, Josh and Dr. Gary and Chris to kind of break all that up, you know, because if I was just watching him, I don't know that I could go through it. I couldn't go through it alone because it's too nasty. Mima says 100% she has, or so he wasn't wrong, sad but true. Yeah. Yeah, Mima. It's good to see you, Show Poodles. Oh no. Oh goodness, Show Poodles. Do you have some rice? You could put it in rice. And it usually will like absorb all of the water. Yeah, well, she let them like rogue. Because she was allowing it. She'd be like, I mean, there's no reason for a grown man to be in a room with a young lady. I mean, I'm not gonna say that everybody's weird, but I mean, it's just like it's highly inappropriate and leads to nasty outcomes. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's sick that people have to think like that. You know, I did not notice that. Not today, honey. Says that 1 year interview. Did anyone else notice how obvious it was that Chris was perving at the interviewer's legs? No. Oh gosh. Well, and that's another thing I was wondering, you know, because like there's a certain point in this interview, I'll point it out later, but he says like he says to her, like, I'm a black and white kind of guy. Like, I don't know. I was like, are you winking over there, Chris? But you can't see his face. So I was thinking that, like, I bet you he winked at the reporter when he said that. Like, you know, I'm not that, I'm a black and white kind of guy. You know, I don't, like he told somebody, I can't remember who, but he's like, I don't half-ass it. You know, I think it was Smiley. He told her, I don't half-ass it. You know, I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, no worries, Kiki. I'm so glad you're here, girl. No worries at all. You know what? I go in the bushes too, sometimes just like if I'm making notes and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. I think so, Mima. I think so. I think she'll be wearing silver bracelets soon. They need to find something. It's just so sad. Yeah, okay. I need to go back and get the whole one, huh, Detroit? I can't remember where I pulled that one off of. I don't know if Mandy had it on a post or somewhere. Maybe it was one of her videos. But Detroit Rock City says if you look at the full picture comparison on Spirit Seeker Squad, they match up. Plus the scratches like he was in a chokehold trying to get away. I know what you're saying because where the scratches and stuff were situated, or you know, like on his arms, right? It was as if he went around of someone, whoever did this to him, allegedly, right? And was around them this way, right? Like a chokehold, you're right. And then somebody could have been biting that way and scratching and clawing, right? Because like you're trying, you know, when we don't see his forearms, you know, like, or excuse me, his biceps, we only see his forearms. So, woof, you know, it's scary. Oh, really? C. Taylor says Grizzly says there's no proof Jen's been hospitalized. That was something thrown out there by SS's parents in a jail call. Oh, okay. People ran with it as a fact. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. So they're trying to like play the sympathy card for her. Oh, no. I mean, even if she is in there, she could go get some help and then go back to, you should go to jail. Get some more help from the prison. The Show Poodles, no, I can't try that, but I bought a new phone. Oh, yeah. I hope it was an old phone. I hope it wasn't a new phone that fell in there. Okay, guys, let's play this next clip here. Let's see. I am on number 3, I think. Yes. Okay. 1 second here.
How hopeful are you two that he will come home? And when you panicked, what did you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house. And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house, and at that point I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police. And I'm within minutes they were here. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
When I got the phone call that he was missing, like she said, we asked questions like, where's he at? Check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department. I called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief. Got a relief. Got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly. Call the police. Instantly. I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
And was there some discrepancy as to what he was wearing when he went to bed, or what was he last seen wearing? What was he wearing to bed that night?
When he went to bed, he was wearing black sweatpants with white stripes down the side, and he had on a black long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah,
those are the three main things.
It's the three things that majority is on his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy, he has his flavors.
And obviously you guys are going through the unimaginable, and then, getting a lot of like the kickback that you've seen on social media. I mean, how much worse has that made it for you two to go through something like this?
Honestly, we stopped looking at it. There's a lot of terrible people in this world, and I don't want to waste energy on any of that. I want the focus on finding our son. The facts are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is, if they're able and willing, is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. This is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
And any places, I guess, I know you guys have been told to stay in the house, right? Just in case he comes home.
We are doing what we've been asked to do by the law enforcement agencies and everybody involved. I am not going to divulge anything more than that.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to ask, I guess, next is, if you were to go out and search right now, if people want to help search, what types of places would you guys look at that he could maybe be at?
anywhere and everywhere. At this point, there's...
It's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah. They've searched the woods. They've searched parks. They've searched creeks. They've searched... At this point, it anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be staying out of the weather or getting food or... I mean, honestly, at this point, he could genuinely be anywhere.
Okay, guys. So, you know, that was kind of what I thought of the interview back then, you know, the memes and me putting in, you know, what I wrote. So going back, Katie first calls her husband, and then, you know, Chris says that he asks, where is Sebastian, and gives her a couple places to check. And then he goes, we check this, we check that. And then he said that he stayed on the phone with the police most of the time during the three-way call, right? But he also says in this interview that he asked his boss for a relief, but that was not what was determined to have happened. As a matter of fact, he was said to have been asked to leave the job that day because of his bad attitude and poor performance, and that many of the people there didn't even know that his son was missing. You know, you probably would have seen me acting a damn fool if it was my stepson that was missing. I would be running around telling everybody, you know, I would be beside myself, but not Chris. He stayed at work. He didn't even really leave the job until 11 a.m. According to what we know now. And of course, I didn't know that back then, right? I just knew that there was something weird. Something was off. But again, here he is telling Caitlin Miller, you know, when I found out about this, I asked for a relief. Now, another thing that I find to be very odd is that the pants detail was always more important than the shirt, because of course they said that they didn't know which graphic was on the shirt. So it was more important, and they placed more emphasis on the pants and what they looked like more than what the graphic was on Sebastian's shirt, which we still to this day don't know. It was either, like they keep saying, the Minecraft, Star Wars, or Halloween. And Chris calls it a depiction, right? But it's a graphic. And Katie doesn't want to waste any energy. She says in this video, I think that statement is very telling, even though she's not particularly talking about the same thing, but we'll see this a lot in these interviews where Katie will just kind of out herself, right? I don't want to waste the energy. They dance around the question, but really it's like you don't want to dance around the question, or excuse me, you don't want to answer the question straightforward, and you don't have the energy to waste on looking for Sebastian, because we're gonna go over kind of what they say later on in contradicting themselves on whether they're searching for Sebastian or not, because Katie will say something like, I won't stop searching for Sebastian, but then in the same breath they'll be like, you know, when Caitlin's like, where have you searched, or where should we search? And Chris just goes on and on about, well, they have searched parks, they've searched this, they've searched that. But that's not what she was asking. She wasn't asking, you know, what everybody else searched. It was like, what do you know? And if you were if you were to search, and basically she had to put it that way to them, if you were to search, where would you look first? And she asked Seth the same question, because who else is going to know the places that Sebastian would go better than his own parents, right? Better than people who live with him. Hey, Rosebud. Rosebud says in another interview she had something in her hand, and then this video she's constantly using her finger and rubbing it. Those are soothing techniques. Yeah, I can agree there, Rosebud, because in the Holly Thompson interview, there was something black in her hand. Some people were thinking maybe it was like a fidget or something, something that she had. It was like black. It appeared to be like a black object in her hand. And it was something she could, hold freely and still talk and do the whole thing when they did the, One Track Mind thing. But yes, and I do think that they were soothing each other, or she might even her like doing the soothing motion on Chris could be soothing herself, right? Because it's like the same motion over and over. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, made his way to Nashville. Right. Yeah. And I mean, he made it there, what was it, around 1:30, I believe, Kiki, around 1:30. So, he wasn't in a big hurry to get home. That's another huge red flag for me. I mean, I would think that your job would understand, and hell, you don't even know if you're going to be back, right? At that point, I would be like, I don't care. Like, if you have to let me go, let me go. I wouldn't want to put someone else in an unsafe position. Obviously, I understand that he is dealing with very heavy machinery and other people and, safety and everything. So I'm not saying that. I understand that completely. Contrary to the fact that I've never been in a crane, nor do I have a lot of knowledge about it. But I just honestly don't believe a lot of what Chris says, and I think that if it was me, I would do everything in my power to immediately let everyone know on that radio that he talks about being on, that, hey, my stepson just went missing. I need to be gone. I need someone to relieve me. But he didn't do that. He did not do that. It sounds like a bigger dog and not Morky's in the background. Yeah. And he's like, shh, be quiet, and like, yeah. And then the dog talks back. It's so funny. Yeah. And I don't understand why he says made his way to Nashville either. I mean, what is it? Is it like 18 miles, Kiki, from Hendersonville about, or is it like 20 miles? I know it's not terribly far. I know it's not, a 5-minute drive. Hey, Blessed, good to see you. Not today, honey, says Lady. They think they won and we will go away. Let's keep the pressure on. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I will too. And because I agree that there's something not right, especially looking back. It's just not it doesn't add up, right? And it really should. And I don't think that it would be maybe the exact same story. And again, when you're traumatized, you might remember certain details later, but these are details that are added in as the story goes along, as if they're watching, and we know they were. C-Star says hysterical after a few minutes, but you didn't call his dad. Right. And if you're hysterical, you're going to call 911 immediately, right? You're not going to even think about trying to find the sheriff's office number. You're just going to immediately want to call 911. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Rose, but I don't know. I know it's not terribly far, but I know it's not terribly close either. I know it would be, I thought he said at one point it was like a 30 or 40-minute drive. Yes, Rosebud says they answer questions like the Clintons. I agree. Yes, they do. They dance around the question, C. Taylor says many people will say Nashville if they live in a suburb of Nashville, since most people are familiar with Nashville, but not, necessarily the suburbs. I understand that too. It's kind of like Chicago. I understand. By the way, he's full of BS in my opinion. Yeah, totally. No, you're right though. Like, because if you live it like right around in, those areas in the city, you might not say, the actual place, but you'll say, I hear what you're saying. That's a great point, Steve Taylor. They didn't even know Sebastian existed, let alone he was missing. Yeah, I mean, see, and that's what's so sad. It's so sad to think about that, right? Because there's no urgency even then. When you first find out, you would think you would just be going like completely crazy, I don't understand this, what's going on, I need to get home. Like, the first thing I would think of is getting home, I know, Kiki, I agree. They know what happened to Sebastian and it drives me insane, she says. And I feel that. I mean, it's like they have to know more. And especially when we hear them dancing around these questions, there's no need for it. Yeah, it is weird. It's weird that he says Nashville. I agree, Kiki. It's weird. And I know it's not like, terribly far, but. And Rosebud said, anyone ever think that maybe the long period of time that took for him good point. Like, he kind of figured he would be found, or like he couldn't have gotten far. I mean, and that's a strong possibility, especially if he's never done it before. Maybe they're thinking, he's close. And we're also going to hear them talk about he wasn't in trouble, you're not in trouble, that sort of thing too. Tina says, yes, I believe they both know what was done to Sebastian, and I don't understand why law enforcement isn't doing a darn thing. I think it's corruption. I am, unfortunately having to go that route here yet again, because there's proof that there's major corruption in the TBI. Every day makes me so upset because Seth is hurting so bad. The pain just gets worse and not better. These two are out enjoying life. And that's a big problem for me too, Carla. I don't understand it, and I don't get why they won't at least give Seth some confirmation, and they get upset whenever he asks for it, Yeah, also on dating sites. And see, that's the thing. Detroit Rock City says he was also on dating sites to meet up other women, allegedly. And then there was a lady at the bar that he was talking to, that could contribute to why he wasn't coming home on the weekends, right? Because he was looking for sex. And, it just goes again to just show, I don't care who was really, whatever, but thank you, Kiki, 18 miles. But it wasn't just Sebastian that Chris was not coming home for, right? And also, we have to think about how a narcissist works. They try to punish you. If you do not do what they tell you to do, it's their way or the highway. So they're going to punish you if you don't fall in line and they can't control you. So with that being said, if there was an ultimatum and Chris said it's either me or Sebastian, then he maybe was playing a game like that, where he's like, hey, I'm going out and meeting other people, right? Because you're choosing Sebastian. And he could have been letting her stew on that all month, right? And not coming home on the weekends. And so she's thinking, obviously, that he's out there with whoever, some hussy. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, that poor girl's probably unsuspecting as well. Rosebud says the actions and emotions of people involved in situations like this in the first few hours is very important. I agree. And I think that those things were overlooked in the beginning. I really do, Rosebud. I do. And it's unfortunate. Okay, so only 23 minutes. Okay, from Nashville to Hendersonville. Thank you. Hey, Queen Brown Eyes. Good to see you. Those first hours of the situation. Oh, sorry. Good evening, Blessed. Okay, guys, I'm going to play this next clip that we have here. And I believe I'm on for.
How hopeful are you two that he will come home?
I will never give up hope on finding my child.
Optimism is at its highest, regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
And now just, I mean, publicly, like obviously police are now investigating a landfill. People are speaking out about that. What are your thoughts about that?
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, all we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody, for hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can I mean, their goal is the same. We just want to find him.
If you could say something to Sebastian, if he's listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say that we love you and we miss you and we want you to come home. And just know that we all care about you so much.
You're not in trouble. That door's unlocked and waiting for you to come home. Your puppies miss you. Your family misses you. I miss you. Just come home.
Anything else that you two want to add or clear up or anything like that? Okay.
Just help us find our son.
Okay, guys, that concludes the Only Hands video by the Proudfoots. That was their second interview that took place 11 days into the search for Sebastian. As if it's not weird enough to just show their hands, Katie continuously strokes Chris's arm throughout the entire video, and I found that to be very off-putting. Some things that I found to be odd about the interview, one being Katie's monotone and robotic accounts of what happened Sunday through Monday. So the interviewer asks her, what happened, walk me through what happened from Sunday to Monday when Sebastian was found missing. And Katie just stays with the same tone, very robotic, even when she's explaining how she feels or how she felt then. It's just not very genuine. It just seems very rehearsed. And another thing, why did Katie call her husband first? Is she trained to always call him first or run things by him first? I'm sure everyone has picked up on the fact already that Chris is very controlling. Or was this all planned before? Was Sebastian's disappearance planned by the Proudfoots or someone else? When Chris is asked to recount the events of Sunday to Monday, he explains everything exactly as Katie does, so there's not a whole lot of changing or varying from what Katie said. So, the exact same thing. They found out he was missing. They called the police. Chris is a black and white kind of guy, he says. That's a direct quote from Chris. He's the kind of guy that has to brag about himself. He's trying to convince us that he's a good guy. You know the kind of guy I'm talking about. Just an observation. Chris likes to make fun of Sebastian. Chris was making fun of Sebastian and what he was wearing, what he likes to wear. And you'll see that throughout. I saw it in the first video, the little snickers and him just laughing when talking about Sebastian's quirks. He thinks it's funny and he likes to make fun of him because Chris is a bully. That's the kind of guy Chris is. Another thing that stood out to me here is that Katie doesn't think he ran away. She said he's not a runner and that he didn't run away. The interviewer cordially asks them a couple of different times why they are not searching, and it's even annoying to her and awkward for her that she has to continue to kind of ask them the same questions in different ways to find out why they haven't been searching for Sebastian.
Okay, guys, again, baby Lady Freedom this interview was from 11 days in, and that was only my 8th video. So on YouTube. And, you know, I can't say that I feel a whole lot different today. I mean, I was surprised to know that I picked up on Chris being condescending and rude to Sebastian in that short a period of time, but I think it was because of watching all of the videos up until then, right? So seeing Duchess for the Missing, and then watching Holly Thompson, and then watching this interaction. You know, it's always been my feeling that Chris was controlling and, you know, a bully to Sebastian, you know, said rude things about him, made fun of him, just really breaks my heart, you know, and I hate to be on the right track about something like that, you know. I'd rather have been wrong. Sorry, guys, I'm just going up in the comments here. Just so I could get back up to the top ones. Okay, here we go. Has anyone seen Jules in chat recently? She has been busy with work. I haven't seen her in chat, though. I may have just missed her. She was in, see, Taylor, she was in probably, was it Saturday? Did I see her Saturday or Friday last week? Yes, but I know, she's been working night shift, I think. Oh, 5 days. Okay, maybe so. I think the other night she dropped by. Yeah. By Gator was on break. Yeah, I do remember that, Kiki. I can't remember which one. So much we can use when reiterating their words. I know. I agree, SI officer. I mean, it's crazy just going back and knowing that was 11 days in, and also knowing that they had just started searching the landfill, right? They hadn't had a definitive answer back. I would be beside myself, and it wouldn't, you know, unless I had something to do with it, it wouldn't be because I'd be nervous, and they seem more nervous than anything to me. Detroit says she was hanging out with the neighbors' kids and partying with them, allegedly, in the house behind her. The retired cop, yes, allegedly. I don't know for sure. You know, I'm not 100% for sure either on that, but I have heard that it was alleged. And that's inappropriate, in my opinion. I don't know how old the guy was, or the guy's son is either. Yeah. Show poodles, I agree. It's Sasha's fingers. And, you know, it's very weird. It's just weird because nobody wants to really look at that. But then again, you can kind of see other little nuances, you know, because it'll still come out in the body language, you know, which is interesting because they thought they were getting away with something there too. And they failed miserably, in my opinion, because you still see how many times, you know, Chris is chapping and no sense of urgency, right? Yeah, exactly, Tina Girl. No sense of urgency, no care or concern. Just basically, you know, and they complain again about, you know, and we'll go over it when we break it down. The hands give me the creeps, C-Star. That's why I figured I'd name it something creepy like Only Hands, you know. Rosebud said that's rubbing of the finger in a constant motion reminds me of Jen Soto shaking her leg while being interviewed. Wonder if Mike Damon has seen that. Yeah, I wonder too. He's really good at breaking things down, isn't he, Rosebud? And, you know, it's something to be considered since, like I said, no matter what that body language is going to come out, it really is. It's just going to premeditated. I believe it has been premeditated. Yeah. Yeah. Hindsight. We're all creeped out by the hands. We're like, Tina, this interview didn't mind sitting in the awkward silence. She did a good job in talking for. Yeah, she did. The interviewer did a really good job, Tina Girl. I think this interview didn't mind sitting in awkward silence, and she did a good job not talking for them. Yeah, or asking the leading questions, right? Because Holly Thompson was very much of asking leading questions, like, you're holding out to hope, right? You know, like, and all you have to do on that question is say, yeah, you know what I mean? Open-ended questions are always good because that way they're going to have to, you know, give a longer answer. Not Today Honey says this isn't even my country, but it's my world, and I feel the need to support us as if we are neighbors, if we are going to win as humans. That is so well said. That is so well said, not Today Honey, and I appreciate you a lot for saying that. I agree with that 100%, because even when I think about, there's really nothing that we can do about, say, like Jack and Lily's case, because they're in Canada, and but I still think awareness, and then just sitting and being there and saying, we need to find these kids, sharing their picture, things like that. It's so important. So thank you for feeling that way. And that's why so many people around the world love Sebastian so much, right? I really believe that. And I think that that's something we all can relate to as humans, Oh, did somebody gift a membership? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Let me see. I have to scroll down there. Oh, I must miss. Let me see if I can find it in the stars. Oh yeah. Oh, bless. Thank you so much. Oh, for gifting 5 Lady Freedom memberships. Oh, that is so sweet of you. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe, everyone. Thank you, Blessed, so much. And make sure you say thank you to Blessed. You guys are awesome. I'm excited to have all the 5 new members. And thank you, Blessed. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next. Now, this is a short, again, and I pulled this in, but then I also later on found another interview. So we're going to kind of do a little bit of a breakdown of the first one. But then this is another interview very early on with Seth, and I want to play it.
And one more thing I want to mention before we watch a video with Seth Rogers. It has been confirmed that Chris Proudfoot has not taken the polygraph test, so he has not taken the polygraph that Nancy Grace set up. Please go check my other videos out about that. I have a short video, and then I made it into a short for YouTube, so definitely check that out. Now we're going to watch a interview with Seth Rogers. As I said, he has been on multiple podcasts, as have the Proudfoots, but I just want to go in order so we have a good timeline or a good playlist so you can watch them in order. Seth does an interview, and this is 4 weeks into Sebastian's search.
4 weeks since he was last seen.
To me, it's just one big day, and it hasn't ended. And it's not going to end until I have my son back.
Seth Rogers isn't going to stop looking for his 15-year-old son, Sebastian. The teenager who has autism went missing 1 month ago, believed to have walked away from his Hendersonville home, which belongs to Sebastian's mom and stepdad. Seth's been searching ever since.
Every day. Every day. I have to. Stop looking is to give up hope. And I'm just not into that. He is my heart. If you get to know him, you'll smile all the time. When you see him coming, you'll smile. When you hear his laughter, it's the sun coming through the clouds. They're going to find my son, and they're going to bring him back to me.
Investigators say there's nothing about Sebastian's disappearance that points to foul play, but nothing that's ruled it out either.
You know, if there's foul play, we'll find out after we get a hold of him. We got to talk to him. He'll tell us what happened. We just got to find him first.
Okay, guys, so like I said, vastly different interviews. Vastly different. And I'm going to leave it at that today. Seth, we're standing with you. We know that you're looking for him every day, and our hearts go out to you. And we're all praying for Sebastian's safe return. Until next time, thank you for watching. Everybody stay.
Okay, guys, so just a great difference between what we see from Chris and Katie and then what we see from Seth. A total night and day difference. And I think, we have to remember that Sebastian went missing from his mother's home, Hey, Haunting Hope, good to see you. Oh, no worries. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Bo, good to see you. So, we're going to break down these interviews. Hey, Roxy R., good to have you. I have another 2-minute clip, and we're going to start it again. This time, I'm not going to have any of the Lady Freedom, razzle dazzle that's in the other videos, and we're going to break them down into smaller clips in terms of subject matter, right? So Caitlin's going to ask the questions, and then we're going to watch again, and then I have Caitlin's interview that we're going to kind of mix up so we can compare it with what Seth had to say to Caitlin. Okay, so that'll kind of be the next bit of clips that we watch, breaking them down.
Just to start, just so we have it on file, just both your first and last names and spelling.
Katie Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
Chris, Chris, last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
It's rough. I mean, we are on day 11, no answers. And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But, for us, we sit here and we wait. We wait and we wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully he walks through our door, which would be amazing.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says all it is. You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what?
Okay, right here, guys, just watch his fingers. Like, he's telling her, putting the finger at her, basically, and that's over and over, and I slowed it down, right? I don't wish you to be in this situation. How dare you ask me questions about how I feel about the situation? I'm the only one that knows how bad it is. It's immeasurable, and you would never understand it because you've never been in this position before, right? But how does he know that? Because I know many of you have told me privately, or you've said it in chat, and my heart goes out to anyone who's lost a child at any age. I don't care if your child's 54 and they pass away before you. It is unfathomable. It seems unnatural. It's awful. And for Chris to point the finger at this kind, sweet interviewer and say, yeah, you don't know what it's like. What if it was you? And I think that's a major reason for all of the threats, and that it's okay to hurt creators who think that Chris and Katie are guilty because Chris thinks that it's justified because we've never lost a child, but some of us have, right? So it's absolutely chilling to just break that down into that small little bit. It's chilling. And Katie has said it too. Like, you don't know how it feels, only I do. It's immeasurable. It's horrible, She even says, quote, "It's an experience I never dreamed would come." I mean, that kind of sounds like you're at Disney already, Katie. Horrible is the best way I could describe it, right? Best thing I could say for it after that. And then when Chris is asked, he says, it's rough. It's rough. And then he goes right into what people are saying is horrible. So in comparison, what Chris's agenda is to talk about how horrible everybody is being towards him and not how horrible it is that Sebastian's missing. For him, it's just a little rough. And then Katie says, I'd give anything, in a heartbeat, I'd give anything to have Sebastian come through the door or to call on the phone, right, to have him back. Again, it reminds me of the Chilling Porch interview with Chris Watts. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Yeah, consider facts over and over. Yeah, I know, exactly, over and over, and even taking their own words into account too, Kiki. Because I mean, you know, that's what I'm going to go off of. Whether, you know, I do take some of it with a grain of salt, but I mean, if it's corroborated or, you know, again, sometimes I have to even say if Seth says it, you know, okay, yeah, I can see that or whatever, because they've really fully discredited themselves, right? They just have. They're the reason why we don't believe them. It's not us, and they're putting that onto us, and I don't think it's right at all, because really the reason why we don't believe them is because of them, because their words haven't matched and their stories have changed so much. And hindsight says Kiki, she can agree to disagree and still remain supportive. Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing about this too, is that, you know, sometimes we're going to get these things wrong, right? I mean, it's just going to happen, or we'll misinterpret something that's said, and a lot of times it's just because we just don't know. Yeah, exactly. It does fall short for me to see Star and rehearsed, you know. It's like it's over convincing too, because she knows that she's not really being convincing, or maybe she doesn't, but it's kind of over convincing in my opinion. Find the interview when Chris Perms at the interview was like the whole time he just can't help himself. It's so obvious. I will go look for that one. That's the year interview with Holly Thompson, I think, right? I think that's one, because it's like where she's sitting in like a suit, like a little business suit. I don't know if he has seen a little, Rosebud. I don't know if Mike D has seen this before. Okay, Roxy says I think so. Ooh, you're making lemon meringue pie. That sounds so good. Adam Forever 21. I like lemon. And she's making lemon meringue pie. These people are so sus. Something was definitely premeditated, and LE is hiding stuff for some reason, in my opinion, allegedly. Allegra, algebra, who cares? It's obvious. Yeah, and I mean, I agree. It is very obvious. And there's another statement that Katie's going to make, and I don't want to misquote it, but it's coming up when we break it down, or we've listened to it already, but I'll have it broken down smaller. And she talks about the police, and they talk, you know, because they're both asked, Seth and Katie, about how they feel about how law enforcement is handling it. And we're going to get into some of that. I think you'll be interested. Yeah, Roxy Ars. Okay, so he has mentioned it before. I'll have to go check out. I always forget about Mike D. I do. Oh my goodness. Oh, Kiki. Oh my goodness. Oh my, thank God he's okay. Oh my goodness. Gigi says Chris P said he would say that to Sebastian, your family misses you and I miss you, so he's not family. Oh, that's a good catch there, Gigi. That's a really good catch. Oh my goodness. Yeah, or you're putting out a narrative calling him your son, shaking my head. Yes, yes. And and it does, that also falls short too, but you're so right. Yeah. He goes, even I, it's almost like even I miss you, buddy. You know what I mean? Like it's weird, isn't it? He always distances himself, Gigi, and that's just a really great observation of it, and another example of how he does that. He does like to use the distancing language as if he's not part of this whole narrative, everything. I mean, putting him on the phone, like Josh said in his live the one night that we were reviewing his, it's like he put himself at the scene of the crime by being on the phone with her, even though I don't know that he was anticipating that. I think that he was thinking that would distance him enough, but just the fact that he was on the phone that night with Katie does bring him into the mix, right? At least until midnight, from the time they got home from the Texas Roadhouse, Sebastian taking out the trash and everything. Then we have that major lapse in time, 9 o'clock bedtime, 9:30. Chris is on the phone with Katie around 9:30, 9:36 something. He says the exact time. I believe it was on Duchess, the first interview. And Sammy says Chris is used to people coming and going, so he's probably been like that with his 5 wives, stepchildren, non-friends, everything. Yeah, can't dwell on it forever. Gotta move on. Yeah, and see, Sammy, the most damaged people are the ones that do have trouble forming meaningful and long-term relationships with people. They do. And, I'm not saying that you should hold on to a relationship just so you can say that you have these, you know what I mean? Like that's not what I'm getting at, but there is a correlation into what you're saying there, Sammy. I mean, in my opinion too. And then also, if we went back to what Dr. Gary was saying, a lot of psychopaths don't have that fortitude. And when you're in a toxic, especially if somebody's toxic, it's just going to be very hard to have a good relationship, Yeah, no, and I don't know that she did give up Chris. I think that what I was saying with that is I think that she is actually was being punished by Chris, and him staying away from her was like, you either make up your mind about the ultimatum or I'm going to go be with somebody else, And I mean, I'm not saying that those are not always, ultimatums aren't always bad. Like if somebody's being bad to you, yeah, if there's issues, but like, don't play that little game with people. It's not right. Especially if you're saying pick me or your child, and then you go off and cheat, just to hurt the person. Most people aren't trying to hurt the other person. It's just something that's lacking, in my opinion. No, I didn't see the leaked video footage from Mob Detroit. Which is it? The one the SF put out? Is it that one? Oh yeah, Adam Forever 21 says, I wonder if she was showering and discarded her clothes when her light was on at 3 a.m. Her clothes should have had forensics and his as well. This is a mad ding. Yeah, and I agree with that, Adam Forever 21. We still don't know what kind of evidence they took of Katie's. We don't, except for electronics, but she never said that they took any of her clothes. We know for a fact they didn't take a carpet sample from Sebastian's room because Nancy Grace asked them, did the police take any carpet from Sebastian's room, and even asked them if Sebastian's room was carpeted. Yeah, Mob Crew is great. He does great research, and he's been putting on a lot of good stuff. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip. I want to make sure I'm on the right one. Okay, there we go.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos. Even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before, he likes fishing and things like that, but...
cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's a good kid.
Okay, guys, so that's what Katie has to say about Sebastian, and they're going to get a little bit more into that. Okay, Detroit says, yes, 2 days ago, there was someone in the back of the house with a flashlight. The neighbor's son. WTF. I just saw a little bit. We need to check out. Okay. I'm going to go look at Mob. I've been trying to save him. This is terrible. I'm trying to save Chris because I'm working up to the lights video, and so today I was really focusing in on this interview and kind of analyzing it again, especially because, I'm in a different mindset, but not completely. That's why I was like, you know what, even though this is really bad, I'm going to share it with you guys because it's just baby lady freedom, 8th video in, right, to covering Sebastian or just even being on YouTube. I wasn't even like a creator back then, in my opinion, I was just, flying by the seat of my pants, so to speak. But I didn't say horrible things, and I still stand by what I've said. And I think that picking up on a lot of this stuff really early on, I was surprised about that too. Because I thought that I was going to look back at this and think, oh gosh, I probably said things that I'm going to regret. And I don't regret any of the things that I said. I still think that Chris is a bully. I still think that Chris has guilty knowledge. I still think that Katie has guilty knowledge. I did think back then that Katie was more of perhaps a battered woman. I didn't realize that she had such great trauma in her childhood, which is a contributing factor as well. And so, well, I wouldn't doubt this at all, Carla. And Carla says, I picked up Mob Crew saying that the neighbor cop was helping them, in my opinion. And I wouldn't doubt that for 1 second because, as I said before, I found some pretty big connections between Chris Carr, people in the area, and I'm going to bring those into... So I'm glad that I'm going to have some reinforcements and someone helping me explain this, because I think a lot of you are going to be really blown away by how much really connects the locals with this case. I think it's going to be jaw-dropping when we find out the level of commitment that these people have to making sure we don't find out what really happened to Sebastian. Hey, Sabrina Smith, good to see you. Is happy a verb? She asked what he likes to do. Show poodles. Good point. No. Oh man, I need to add that into my video. That is such a good point. And it goes with how snarky I was back then too with the videos. That's too funny. Is happy a verb? She asks what he likes to do. They dance around like all the questions too, and it's even the easy ones like this. So they've got to be either nervous or lying, right? Like, because they're not listening. They're not fully aware of what they're being asked. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think that at all. I think actually they're just extremely nervous and probably they don't want to mess up. They don't realize how badly they're messing up. So so one of the neighbors was, so I know that we established that the neighbors had gotten the cat out of the yard. And that was what was in the video. Let's see. Wonder if it's about the crawl space. You know, I mean, I'm wondering about the crawl space too, Sammy. I am too. I would think a question like that would have a mother talking about so many things that her child likes. Favorite, topics, TV shows, foods, etc. She's so vague. Yeah, and you know, it's very difficult to know who we're looking for. Most mothers will want to make sure that everybody understands their child and really humanizes and really pulls at other people's heartstrings to make them understand. I agree, Rosebud. So, you know, for me, I probably talk about different things that maybe where my child could be, you know, like, but they're going to ask that too. And we kind of know that, but I put a lot of memes and stuff in the other one, and I know it's hard to kind of pay attention to everything, and so I really wanted to break them down. But you're right, she's very vague, and it's hard to even get personal about Sebastian. But then Seth comes on, and he tells us how, and he's very descriptive, and he says meeting Sebastian is like the sunshine coming through the clouds. So, like, say you're having a bad day and you see Sebastian, he's going to make you smile. He's going to make you smile when he smiles at you. He's going to make you smile when he cracks a joke and you laugh. He's going to try to brighten your day. That's the kind of kid Sebastian is. That's what got my heart. You know, otherwise this is very flat, and it has no affect and no emotion and no care, you know, and it's absolutely sad. Yeah, they cough and fidget. I agree. Oh, I see. It's the new one, The Neighbors Behind, not SF. Oh, okay, Kiki. Thank you. Yeah, I need to go check it out. I definitely need to go check it out. Rosebud, if it's a problem wasn't at home, I wouldn't be talking about what was upsetting him before this happened. I know that my son was struggling with before he passed. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Not today, honey. I'm so sorry. And, you know, I think all of the dynamics are important to consider. I really do. Especially, yes, Kiki, I would love that. I would love that. We'll definitely get together. Well, I'll email you back. We'll set up a time. See, yeah, exactly. Hindsight. This is so true here. That's why research is so very important, and never saying it's a fact unless it is. I agree. And then also, you know, going back to these interviews, we just see and hear so much more that we didn't, you know, pick up on. Just like with Kiki with the Nashville thing. You know, how come he said he headed to Nashville, right? You know, straight away. You know, I mean, it's yeah. And let me go ahead and play this next clip here.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do? There are no leads, nothing caught on video. Your son has been missing for 11 days now. How does that make you feel as parents?
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face fall to the bottom of a feed or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home.
And any places, I guess, I know you guys have been told to stay in the house, right? Just in case he comes home. We are doing what we've been asked to do by the law enforcement agencies and everybody involved. I am not going to divulge anything more than that. Yeah. But what I'm trying to ask, I guess, next is if you were to go out and search right now, if people want to help search, what types of places would you guys look at that he could maybe be at? Anywhere and everywhere. At this point,
It's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah. They've searched the woods. They've searched parks. They've searched creeks. They've searched, at this point, anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be staying out of the weather or getting food or, I mean, honestly, at this point, he could genuinely be anywhere. How hopeful are you two that he will come home? I will never give up hope on finding my child.
Optimism is at its highest, regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
Okay, so, again, it just kind of falls short, right? And then she has to keep on asking the same question again and again. Well, if you were to search, where would you search? And basically what she's getting at, in my opinion, is, okay, even though you say you're searching and everything like that, the places to search, but where would you recommend other people searching, right? Things like that. And then again, Chris isn't getting it. So he either that or he's deliberately skating the question. And so he starts saying where everybody has searched already. And then Katie goes, well, he might be somewhere where he can get food and water. And, so she picked up on where the interviewer was going or why the interviewer was asking, these particular questions in order to, again, get to know Sebastian better and, offer up places where people could go and try to look for him. If he was to go someplace, where would he go? And so it's, a straightforward question, but again, it could be also where they're focusing way too much on whether people think they're searching or not to actually get out there and search or also, and I mean, it could be both too, that, again, they're focusing on the fact that people don't think they're searching. And so Chris is skating the question because he knows he hasn't searched at all. And neither has Katie at this point, 11 days in. Haunting Hope says the lack of progress in this case is absolutely mind-blowing. They made it pretty obvious right off the bat by not calling Seth to look for him. I agree. I think so too, because I would be calling right away. And also, I wanted to bring this in too about falling to the bottom of a feed somewhere. I think that Katie was bringing up something that she didn't want to happen and saying she didn't want that to happen, but she did want that to happen. She wanted the waters to be very muddied. They didn't go to creators that people consider true crime creators. They went to Krama channels. So just think about that for a second. They didn't go to true crime creators. They went to drama Krama channels. because when Jana's sister, Crystal's sister Jana went to ask if they would cover Crystal's case, they told her that they don't cover true crime, that they only cover trauma. But then again, they knew that they weren't going to make a butt ton of money covering her case either. So why waste the time on it, right? Because it's all about you guys getting what you need and serving yourselves, right? So why did Chris and Katie go to people that turn other people who need the exposure down? Because I know for a fact that one of these people was honest with her and said, no, I don't cover true crime. But you had the proud foot on you've had the proud feet on your panel, and you've had Chris on your panel several times. So why are you okay with covering a missing child's case and having his father, and having his stepfather act a fool up there? Sorry, Seth, not you. Having the stepfather come up there and act a fool and talk about SEX toys, adult material on your panel with someone who no longer searches for him, but says that she'll never stop searching for him, but she stopped searching for him and went on a panel with you talking about inappropriate objects with the stepfather that's not looking for his son. Can anybody figure that one out with me? Because I've been researching it. Lots of words, but says nothing blessed. Yes. Yes. I would love to know if it was just local LE only doing the investigation of the home. I don't know, Kiki. And I don't know how they would have gotten away with doing something like that when you have the FBI and the Secret Service and the marshals and everyone involved. I don't know. But then again, we have to remember that they do have jurisdiction. So they're following Sumner County Sheriff's Office's lead. I mean, they can't do anything without them. So, I mean, I would like to be like, oh no, that could never happen, but it very well could. I mean, yeah, they're flat and emotionless, and it's a big difference. It's a big difference, I think. And you always have to manage your expectations of people, and you can't always think, well, this person's going to react how I do. But it's just strange. You don't really think to see stuff like that. Adam Forever 21 says, Carla, I think Craddock has been paid or threatened to turn his head. In my opinion, this is deep. It affiliates. There are deep affiliations between CP. They got involved and offered up this child to them. Well, and again, I haven't really pinpointed where Sebastian could have went after the flashlights. Obviously, if I knew that, I'd be, telling law enforcement. Carla says, Adam, I think you're right you're on the right track. I think Craddock is deeply involved in the S trafficking, and so is Chris. He could be anywhere, said with zero emotion. Right, exactly, C-Star. Yeah, he could be anywhere. It could be anywhere. And it's like, if you already know where something is, you don't look, right? I mean, the person in charge of an initial investigative response purposely knew better and most likely made to screw up the investigation. Yeah, Adam Forever 21, it does appear that either they did it from the beginning. Hey, butterflies are free to fly. Good to see you. Or they're embarrassed of how they treated it to begin with, as if it was like a friendly, more of a friendly investigation than an actual investigation, right? It's like going to your best friend's house and shaking them down. You're not going to do it like you would to somebody that you don't know. Yeah, good way to say, exactly, Kiki. Good way to say when you know where he is, in my opinion. Yeah. And that's the thing, they really skate around all of these questions. It's like you can't get a straight answer from them. um, Yeah, exactly. Hindsight. You only search for something if it's lost. Since day one has been our thoughts. Yes, because it's like she would have that urgency. And again, if this is something that he's never done before, there's that too. Because that would be even more, devastating or surprising, or you would be caught off guard, right? It would be like, what the heck? What do you like? He's never run away. Why would he do this, right? Um, and then the fact that they always keep saying, you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble, you know? Yeah, well, I think that was something that, okay, so not today, honey says, did she seriously think leaving snacks and a blankie for him on the porch was a good move? I think she did. I think that she was doing that to manipulate the public. And I think it was, to say, oh, I'm trying to, do this. But here's the thing, Sebastian had the code to the front door. So if he wanted to come back home, he could have just came in through the front door, right? He wouldn't have needed a key. He would have punched the code in, and Bob's your uncle. He's in, right? And everybody would be, grateful, thankful he's home. But yeah, I think she did that in order to manipulate the situation, or say, see, and it's like, no, I'm sorry. That reminded me of a story that Chris had told on Cluminati's panel, and she prompted him to tell it, right? So she's like, hey, Chris, will you tell us what you guys did? And, he's like, well, we didn't do it, but law enforcement was putting out care packages to kind of coax Sebastian out. So in case he did find himself out in the woods somewhere, and then he was trying to find his way back home, that he might, in hopes that he would find these care packages, and have at least snacks or something to eat, right, while he was out there. And that was the idea. And then that way it would kind of bring him out of the woods towards the house. But, I think that was, a great try and everything like that. But I think that was kind of where they got that idea, because then people were asking, like, well, did you guys do that? And then Katie was like, yeah, I did. I put it, on the front porch. But he wouldn't have had it. I mean, and again, maybe she did that because she left, I don't know. Holly S. says, I think one of the reasons they don't hand the case over to the FBI is there isn't even a file to hand over. That could be very possible too. Maybe they don't, they're saying they don't have anything, but I always was under the impression that they were just kind of telling us that, I never really believed them when they said that, but maybe it's an empty file, we don't know. And obviously they haven't put very much effort in. We're working on it. You are? Like, how? Hey, YouTuber. I think the files is incomplete and there's no records of an investigation. They didn't chart anything, in my opinion, so there's nothing to hand over. Yeah, Holly S. It seems that way. I will say that they did have that Faro camera that is supposed to take like a 3D image of the crime scene and preserve it, and then they can go back and look at it through virtual reality, VR. But I mean, if that's not in there and that was all, oh my goodness. But you just don't know. We just don't know. Rosebud said CP really pumped up that America's Most Wanted segment, the 11-minute segment that turned out to be and go nowhere. Well, exactly. And that was, yes. And I even have the picture of them, and, and this is how ridiculous. Look at them in a house that's not even theirs, playing with toys on the counter, not in Sebastian's room. It is just, and this is what they expect us to believe. If we don't, they're pissy, and they're trying to come after people, and I'm gonna dox your whole life, and it's like, whoa. You're the one under scrutiny, not me. Your child is missing from your home. That's why we care where you live. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and play this next. Well, you never know if they changed the code, YouTuber. That's a good point. They could have changed it when they left. I guess, I don't know. I don't remember exactly, and help me out if you guys know, when Katie was said to have put that out into the, out on the front porch for him. I don't remember or know when that happened exactly. But I know it wasn't terribly long after people were talking about that on Clue. So it might have been like around May last year. Okay, guys, I'm going to play this next one for us.
When you walked in Monday morning and didn't see Sebastian in his room, what was your gut reaction?
My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never experienced sheer panic in the way that I did. And basically for every minute since that, not knowing where your child is a pain that I've never known pain like this before.
And walk me through the events that happened, from Sunday leading up to Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening, and when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some. I let him stay up a little late. And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. And he went to bed. And I went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for school, that's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room, and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
And when you panicked, what did you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house. And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house, and at that point I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police. And I'm within minutes they were here. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
We haven't found him. And, I think I forgot to tell you guys my number 2 earlier, because I was talking about how there were 2 things that Katie added in or didn't say earlier. So the one was that she let him stay up a little bit later this time, right? Because that wasn't in the other interviews. Another thing that she mentioned that wasn't in the other videos but was later was that everything was fine after he went to bed, and then she went to bed at midnight. But we all know that at 10 a.m. there was some kind of noise or something in Sebastian's room, because that's what she told Smiley. So I apologize for that, guys. I meant to tell you that earlier, and then I'm glad we went back over this clip, because those were 2 things that were very inconsistent. I let him stay up a little bit later than usual. She never tells anybody that, not Duchess or Holly Thompson. And then she also says everything was just fine. He went to bed, said, good night, Mama, good night, puppies, and everything was fine. Everything was fine. What about the noise, Katie? What about the thud? What about the noise that you were so adamant about telling Heather Cohen and fighting with Chris about, right? that he better get this right. You better get right what I said to Sebastian, because this is what happened. Bullshit, Katie Proudfoot. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Okay? Stop, please. So, on Monday, she talks about how her gut reaction when she first wakes up was that Sebastian went to get breakfast. This is something that she told to Holly Thompson too. But here's the deal. Very recently after this, or maybe even a little bit before that, JLR brings up an excellent point, and he says, if Katie thought that Sebastian got up to get breakfast, that's a lie. Because if she's saying that she thought that, it's a lie, because you actually have to walk past the kitchen to get to Sebastian's bedroom. If she's walking from her bedroom in the morning, say she gets straight up, right? 6 a.m. alarm clock goes off, bam, click the alarm clock off. You go into your son's room to wake him up for school. You realize that he's not there. Her first reaction was that he got up to get breakfast. You have to walk from your room all the way out, and their kitchen is open concept, right? You could see through the whole, you could see the whole kitchen. There's an island and cabinetry and everything. And you go out into the dining area, the front door, and then you have Sebastian's bedroom and his bathroom. Don't forget that they told Dateline, Katie told Dateline, that she went in and checked his bathroom after she went into his room, because usually when she goes to wake him up, he'll look at her. And then that's how she realized that he wasn't there, that he didn't look at her. Again, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Not buying it. Again, Katie, you would have seen him in the kitchen, so you did not have that gut reaction. That is a lie. It's a lie. You know? They skipped right over the whole day. She did, little Miss Sharon. That is a great point. Skipped over everything, right? This interview was very rushed, right? It's more like yada, yada, yada. We did this, yada, 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 right? Even Chris, check this, check that, right? Because they're tired of telling the same story over and having to remember the same rehearsed story. They're like so bored of it, right? If they really cared and they really wanted to find Sebastian, it would be like they would have that urgency and that angst, and they would want to tell every detail, and they would be, trying to get everybody to understand what happened. No. Yada, yada, yada. This is boring. I can't wait to get this over with, is the vibe, in my opinion. Hindsight, or Carla says, hindsight, what flashlight video at 3 a.m.? That was the trash truck. Did you hear that from Chris? Yeah, that's what they said. They said, that's what law enforcement wanted us to believe too. Holly S. is, in my opinion, one of the reasons she speaks of him younger is because she stopped loving him around that age, maybe 10, in my opinion. Yeah, Holly S. It was like anything that happened, in my opinion. I think that Sebastian became a scapegoat, and I don't mean that as disparaging toward him at all. He did not deserve that, but it seems that way, right? Like everything was his fault. So if something was going wrong in the relationship, blame Sebastian, right? Like if Katie and Chris weren't getting along, it's Sebastian's fault, right? If he wasn't around. I don't even know if they, fully took the time or care to understand what he went through in California, or was that just another, problem that he caused, in their opinion. C-Star says he's 15, Katie. She makes him sound like he's 7. Exactly. I agree. And they were giving the younger pictures, right? And they were giving the happy picture from the Texas Roadhouse, where they're sitting next to each other, not the one, that we know to be the real one, where they're sitting across from each other, Sherry Harper, good to see you. She says she didn't look for him. She did not look for him, in my opinion, and she's still not looking for him. Yeah, and I think that's why they dance around it, Sherry. Thanks for being here. I do. I think that they're so worried about the fact that they're not searching for him that instead they'd rather talk about where others have searched, you know, and kind of skate that. Holly S says, in my opinion, she knew nothing about him, just wanted him, didn't even search. What so? For fuck's sake. I know. And I think Bledsoe is an option, in my opinion, for something that may have gone wrong. Like they may have put him in there and something happened to him in there. And do you think that they're going to come out and say another kid was, you know, unalived in that place? It's really sketchy to me, you know. Yeah, exactly. Well, and they describe that's it. You know, Holly S. She describes this great family life, but was trying to kick him out ASAP. Yes. And, you know, saying that Chris was away because he worked so hard and he works weekends sometimes. But come to find out, Chris likes to take off Thursday and not work the whole entire weekend, you know, at times. So it's very interesting. Yeah, Detroit says, so flat and monotone, I would be flipping hysterical. Yes, and pleading for my son. No, I love you. No shower, no preparing for the school day. How did he even know? How did she even know what he wore to bed? And that has always been a big thing, right? Because she couldn't tell what graphic was on his T-shirt, right? And if he did in fact come in from his bedroom where he was playing and say, good night, mama, good night to your, you know, good night, puppies, and give them kisses and stuff, right? Wouldn't that memory be burned into your memory, right? You would be like recalling it as because it just happened. I mean, 11 days before that, but she still couldn't tell anybody what was on his shirt to begin with. It sounds like she didn't even tell law enforcement what was really on the shirt, right? It's always been the three things, either Minecraft, Star Wars, or, you know, Halloween. And I would be too. I would be bawling and just like snot and the whole, I ugly cry and oh my God, it would be awful. It would be awful. I've cried more for less. Okay. Let's just put it that way. I've cried more for less. Nancy says, hey, Nancy, I think Chris was in Sebastian's room when he turned off the lights and Chris grabbed him on that. That's where the scratches came from. So out of the window, he even said that. You know, I mean, there could have been two people. I will say this. There could have been two people that came from the house and one went back. I can't say that there wasn't. You know, who's to say that there wasn't a stop and she grabbed Chris up or something, right? I mean, you know, I just can't say that, but yeah, I do see what you're saying, Nancy. So out of the window, he even said that heard a thud around that. See, and this was the first, the first time that we hear about a noise is on Smiley Stories World. You know, and then the first time we hear about Sebastian taking the trash out that night was on Chronicles of Olivia, right? Where Olivia said, or where they said, where Katie says, Sebastian took the can to the end of the driveway. That's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. Again, very rehearsed and very, you know, monotone, and as if she said it a bunch of times and then she's, regurgitating it. Yeah, everything was perfect. C-Star says no mention of CPS moving with Seth, no taking his phone, etc., etc. Exactly. They were very quick to let us know that he didn't have any friends, though, and that he liked to have accidents in his pants. They told us that really quick about him. You know what? Are you being grouchy today, Sammy? That's not like you. Girl, we all have our days, trust me. Sherry Harper says, I wonder if Nina had ever told Seth about her concerns with how Chris was towards her kids. You know, I don't think she did prior to Sebastian going missing, Sherry. I don't think they had like a reason to really. But I could be wrong about that. But that's my best guess, is that they kind of didn't get together and talk until this all happened. At least that's my understanding. But yeah, it would have been good to know, right? Hey, Mama, good morning. Good night, Kiki. I will talk to you later. Gosh, girl, sometimes I'm up still late, or late for me early in the morning. I need to make this video for Ozzy, so I got to get it out. I might be awake, but I'm going to email you back. But I'll just give you my number. You could just text. Hey, Suzanne. Good to see you. In my opinion, Nina needs to move in silence, especially when she decides she no longer wants to visit. Her new husband needs to be aware. Yeah, I agree, Holly S. And you have to be so careful. And some people look at that as being sneaky. Hey, Robini. And, you know, it is unfortunate that some people will look down on other people, but if you have a gut instinct, especially nowadays about a person, it's so important. I think I just buffered it. Well, I didn't buffer the internet. Nancy says, wouldn't it be funny if Seth and Nina hooked up with Sebastian? You know, I think Nina's got a really nice guy. I think his name is like Wayne or something like that. And I think he's a good guy to, because remember Chris was upset about Faith calling him dad or whatever. Not to say I wouldn't like that either. You know, but my daughter knows that she's got a mom, that she's not going to call somebody else mom. So, I mean, okay, let's go ahead and you guys. All right, here we go.
When I got the phone call that he was missing, like she said, we asked questions like, where's he at? Check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department. I called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief. Got a relief. Got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly. Call the police. Instantly. I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And
did you guys hear that? So he's like, I'm a black and white kind of guy. And then he's like, you know, I don't know what kind of noise he made, but he did something. I wonder if he was like, you know, over at the lady, you know, because she's cute, right? Caitlin Miller's a pretty lady. And so he's like, I'm a black and white kind of guy, baby. As he's like holding his wife's hand, like, what a weirdo. Oh my God. It's like, if you're going to get her number, maybe wait till Katie's not sitting right there. Crying out loud. All right. Stayed on the phone for most of the time, right? That was a weird statement. You did a 3-way call with Katie, and then you stayed on the phone most of the time. So I've always been under the understanding that Chris is the one that dialed 911 on the 3-way call because Katie was so distraught and panicked. And so what was the one word that she used for it? She said that she was hysterical, right? She was hysterical. She was crying. She was, you know, upset, right? And so Chris dialed 911 and made the call. And then Chris, let's see, says that he was only on the phone most of the time. So if you're the one that made the three-way call, how were you only on the phone most of the time? Again, you know, this is why these going over these interviews is so important, because like that absolutely crushes everything that he just said and makes it completely, you know, wrong. And then also he says that he instantly called, well, excuse me, he says they looked around and when they realized that he wasn't anywhere in the normal spots, right? Then they instantly called. And Chris was the one to tell Katie, oh, call. We need to do this. Stop what you're doing right now and call instantly, you know? And it's like, I think he meant to say immediately, but either way, instantly, immediately, still. YouTuber says, in my opinion, the Proudfoots pushed the idea that Sebastian had no friends because of his behavior to distract from their isolation of him. They did not want Sebastian exposing their abuse of him. Yeah, YouTuber, I agree with you right there. I do. And, you know, they did isolate him, in my opinion, right? Because they, you know, even moved to a new neighborhood. And even though it wasn't a new school, I think it, I mean, it's hard. It's harder to make friends as you get older, period. Right? It's harder to meet good friends. The reporter's face doesn't lie, Holly S. And I think it's so important to watch her and her facial expressions, even without putting my like memes and stuff in there, because yeah, you can see that she's just like, oh gosh, something's wrong, right? And then she's like going, okay, you know? And even though we don't see their faces, we see what she, you know, this is what they did not bank on, was that this brilliant, whoever was the producer, right, was like, okay, you don't want us seeing what your facial expressions are. Let's see what Caitlin's, you know, gut reaction is, or what her facials are going to be, right? Because obviously she doesn't know what they're going to say. I mean, they probably knew what questions she was going to ask them, but she isn't going to, you know what they're going to say. So just her reactions are just like, she doesn't know what to say, in my opinion, you know. Gigi says, yes, I agree, YouTuber. Yeah, it's a great point, YouTuber. Yes. My thoughts exactly. He is paranoid. Yeah. In my opinion, Chris is kind of paranoid and he's stuck with KK now. You know, and see that might be the karma that's already unfolding. Oh Lord. And I mean, for the record, I don't like, you know, Chris is my least favorite, but then again, you know, Katie's coming in strong second, especially now when I watch these back. I'm like, you know, how can I can't even stick up for her, you know, I mean, I can't. And she was the last one with him. I'm thinking, you know, maybe even Chris might have an alibi, you know. Let's just say he did, then that really puts it all on Katie, you know. So Black kind of guy. Detroit, I swear he probably did, like, if he could have 90% of the time it works every time, or whatever that is. Oh gosh. Oh. And I don't know, guys, I'm that type of person that does catch vibes really hard from people, so I can't imagine sitting next to Chris and like him doing that. I would just be like, I might have to stop the interview and be like, okay, let's regroup here, you know. I mean, it's because it's uncomfortable. It's got to be awkward and uncomfortable, right? Like, you just have to feel that. Like, us women, we know where somebody's like hitting on us, you know. Chris makes it so obvious. I have to find that legs interview. Oh my goodness, I have to find the legs. That's too funny. Because, well, and then on top of it, what was it, like 7 months in, and he was he was hitting on the lady from Court TV. And I'm not, it's not funny, you guys, but it's just like, but it kind of is like ridiculous. I mean, boy, oh boy. He called direct to the sheriff's department. And yeah, he called direct to, exactly, hindsight. He called direct to the sheriff's department. And the thing is too about Katie, it the reason I say it, it's not funny is because I don't think it's fair for her to have to sit there while he's doing that. Like, what a pig. I'm sorry, even if I don't care for Katie or the things that are in her behaviors, like, I still don't wish that on anybody. Talk about not wishing something on anybody. Like, Chris, settle your libido down there, Spanky. It's too much. Yeah, they did lie on him. They did, Holly S. YouTuber 100. In my opinion, they lied on Sebastian so bad and accused him of doing things Chris did to others, which is horrifying. Yeah, and it's beyond projection at that point, Holly S. It's just like, vindictive and gross. Instantly took 30 minutes. Boom. YouTuber for the win. Let me tell you what. I mean, we instantly had to call. You're so right. So 6:03, let's just say, Katie says she called Chris like 3 minutes in, right? So we'll just go with that. 6:03, he gets the call. They talk about where the places that Sebastian could be, right? Check this, check that. She checks, she runs around the house again, whatever. And then she's outside, she's doing this, right? I mean, 30 minutes later, they get the call. And let's not forget Melissa Proudfoot talking about how she was looking at 6:30 in the morning for Sebastian. Yeah, 36 minutes. Oh, there you go. There you go, Gigi. 36 even. Because yes, was it? It was 6:36, I think, when the dispatch came out. I mean, that's getting close to 40 minutes. I mean, that was a lot of things weren't true. We found out later, right? Because at this point where we're thinking, okay, there's definitely weird things in this interview, but we were at least kind of believing some of it until we figured out differently. I agree, C-Star, and there was a lot of examples of that. Like this, we didn't know about the trash, we didn't know about the noise in his room, we didn't know about a lot of things. Maybe he's in the dark light, according to Creepy Chad Daybell. Adam Forever 21, that's funny. Not today, honey, says Lady Honest. If you watch the 1 year, it's so funny how he pervs at the interviewer's legs. Oh my. I can't believe I'm the only one who sees that. That was a good catch. That was a really good catch. We're gonna have to make pervy moments of Chris. Oh my gosh, because there's been so many. Like, this is not an isolated. He didn't just see these women and think, oh my gosh, you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen and I can't take my eyes off you. He's like, hey, baby. You know what I mean? Like, in a weird way. And I don't know. Chris is one of those guys that you're just surprised it's still attached, because it's been used so much that it might have fallen off by now. Maybe he's just really lucky, Okay, guys, let's watch this next one. It's just a tiny little one.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
Okay, guys, so that's just a really short one, but I wanted us to focus on it. So what do you think that Sebastian did as he left, right? So what Caitlin did here was genius. She was like, okay, so you're telling me that he walked out, he left the house, but what do you think that he did before he left or as he was leaving, right? And Katie doesn't answer the question. She just says, I checked for his shoes and all of them were accounted for. All of the shoes were still there. None of his shoes were missing. The same kind of bull crap that she's been telling everybody from the beginning, right? because the first thing that Seth did when he walked in the house allegedly was said, that Sebastian's shoes all were sitting by the door. A lot of us do keep the shoes by the door. Some people wear shoes in the house. My mom was huge on not wearing shoes in the house. I never wear shoes in the house. I always take my shoes off at other people's houses, and some people are like, you don't have to take your shoes off. And I just because I just automatically am doing it, right? It's just something I'm used to. But again, it sounds like that's kind of how it is in their house, where they have all their shoes by the door. So she also says that everything was locked up. So I just wanted to emphasize that everything was locked at that time. Everything Katie said. So there's no way that Sebastian could have left, And again, Caitlin Miller's face, is kind of like, okay. Because what she was trying to find out was basically what do you think Sebastian did? She's again asking Katie to tell us what she thinks happened here. Why do you think Sebastian left? And if you're thinking that, then what did he do before he left? Did he prepare to leave, right? Did you notice that he took a backpack, or any of those things? And then also another dead end that we come to, courtesy of Chris and Katie, in my opinion, is that the doors were locked, the windows were locked, and according to Chris, nothing on the exterior of their home was altered in any way that would suggest that someone tried to come in. So I just kind of wanted to remind us there. And then here's another small clip.
And was there some discrepancy as to what he was wearing when he went to bed, or what was he last seen wearing? What was he wearing to bed that night?
When he went to bed, he was wearing black sweatpants with white stripes down the side. And he had on a black, long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his...
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah,
those are the three main things.
It's the three things that majority is on his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy has his flavors.
And
okay, so again, the boy has his flavors. That's distancing language. That's something that you wouldn't expect for a mother to say in a very nonchalant way, and just be like, yep, that boy has his flavors. I mean, what am I going to say? And, instead it would have been like, I would have been crying just thinking about, and maybe I'm more sensitive, but I would have just been thinking about, him in his little Minecraft shirt, or how cute he looked in his Halloween stuff that he liked, or Star Wars, So there's always been that discrepancy of what he was wearing, and Caitlin Miller brings this up, and then Chris and Katie go into this, and they still can't get their story right, because Katie seems annoyed with Chris, right? Because he not only interrupted her, but then he fucked up the story. It's like, if you're going to interrupt me, then tell it right. And she did that too, in my opinion, with Heather Cohen. It was like, no, when I heard that noise, I told him, I don't care what you're doing, go to bed. And, her and Chris got into, a slight disagreement. I can't even say it was really an argument, but it was a disagreement over whether they should be, telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, or semantics, which, Chris wants to play semantics, and he thinks that's the best strategy. And Katie's like, no, I want to tell exactly, and this is how what happened, and this is, if you're that adamant, it's weird that you didn't bring it up here. And then again, too, with the discrepancies in what Sebastian was wearing. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Detroit. Seth saw the shoes right away. That was his first question, in my opinion. Yeah, because you just don't think that this is ever gonna, you don't think that all of his shoes would be there, right? Especially if you're, well, this is what I would be thinking if I was the other parent, and my ex had called and said, our kid's missing, or whatever. I guess Katie didn't have even the decency to call. She had Chris do it, but either way, I get a call to tell me this, and the first thing I'm thinking is that, at least my child was wearing some shoes right when they left. But no, exactly, Detroit. Seth walks in, there's no shoes missing of Sebastian's. They're all there and accounted for. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. Yeah, not today, honey. I agree. What if we just start with facts? We have a lot to add. YouTube could solve this. I think so too. I think that we have a good chance of at least helping. I do. We have a lot of dedicated and smart people. That's for sure. And the facts are important. Hindsight says, what kind of new shoes did she buy that weekend that he wore, in my opinion? Well, and that's the thing. They do look brand new. They look brand new. And I have a pair of them, or I have the pair here. Bear with me, guys. And of course, this is a comparison, but those, the shoes in the Texas Roadhouse look, brand spanking new, nice and white, and I do understand that they used to have that like white shoe polish stuff that you could spruce your kicks with, but I don't think his were spruced up. I think that they were absolutely bought. Hindsight, I agree. Because even the ones in his birthday photo on the left side of the screen look, dingier and older. And I don't know if that's because of the lighting, but that's what she said. She bought new shoes for him because he grew out, Susan says, in the Texas Roadhouse video, in my opinion, it looked like KP and Sebastian were wearing the same shoes. Yes, absolutely. I agree. And, I always thought that was odd, Suzanne. And I thought it was like, why? And we did talk about that last night a little bit too. Could it be to, throw off the scent, or did they switch, or, what was up with that? Rosebud says, no scent of Sebastian outside, no view of cameras, extensive search for days. Sounds like he's still in the house. Yeah, and, people were speculating on that too, or maybe there was a means through the crawl space that they avoided, everything. It's just still so up in the air on what could have happened. And then also, we do have that activity at 3 a.m. So, yeah, I know, Rosebud, it does appear that way, though, because, again, there doesn't seem to be much evidence that he did leave the house. And then some of us are wondering if he even made it home from the Texas Roadhouse, Yeah, she said one of his flavors about the type of shirt he was wearing. A weird choice of words, in my opinion. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, a flavor, you would think, like, what flavor do you like best of ice cream, or what kind of, ice pop flavor do you like? The blue one, the green one, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, not really when you're thinking of, like, preferences for shirts or clothes, or, even movies that you like or something, I was wondering about the socks, Robini. Robini says, did she buy socks allegedly? I was wondering about that. I heard something about that, and even Jake Hoff brought something about the socks up, whether socks were being worn, had been worn that night, if all of them were accounted for, and were new socks purchased anytime soon. And I'm not sure about that. I even thought about that. I mean, did he at least leave with the socks on, 2-for-1 sale, hindsight. Yes, the BOGO, buy one, get one. KP also made a point of stressing that Sebastian had grown so quickly that he needed new shoes, an excuse of having bought them. Right. Absolutely. And she told a whole elaborate story about it. That he grew so fast when he came home from his dad's house, his shoes were in the front, or excuse me, his toes were in the front of his shoes, The closing word of the Texas Roadhouse would be the jeans and a black t-shirt with Baby Yoda or Grogu on the front. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I haven't seen very many pictures of Katie that morning. I really haven't. I wish we could get the body cam footage to see what sort of, did Katie look like she showered that morning? Just a lot of questions. What was she wearing? Not today, honey, says Lady. You should do this. Pick one random subscriber once a week to do a live with you and call it YouTube's Most Wanted. That's a cute idea. Not today, honey. That's really cute. I think that's something to consider. That's fun. Yeah. Well, I love to hear what you all have to say because, I know that you guys are passionate and a lot of you have so much knowledge on the case. Carla says they had some shoes to do they had the same shoes to do the trash. So, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, Carla. So she could say that Sebastian came home with her and look, he took out the trash. Why didn't the dogs get his scent at the end of the driveway then? I agree with that. And that's a really valid question, Carla. You would think if that was the way that he went that night and that was the only way, the only thing he did that night, they would have at least tracked that far. But instead, they tracked a different direction. And to my knowledge, they didn't use cadavers. It was just scent dogs. Yeah, she did say that too. Hindsight says, yes, YouTuber, the same moment she stated that's why she didn't get him summer sandals yet. Right, because she didn't know if he was going to grow more in a month and that they were going to wait till closer to summer to buy the new sandals. Yes, that was absolutely said Hindsight. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to play this next one. We just got like these little shorts. Let's see.
And obviously you guys are going through the unimaginable and then, getting a lot of like the kickback that you've seen on social media. I mean, how much worse has that made it for you two to go through something like this?
Honestly, we stopped looking at it. There's a lot of terrible people in this world, and I don't want to waste energy on any of that. I want the focus on finding our son. The facts are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is if they're able and willing is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. This is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
Okay, guys, so Katie doesn't answer the questions for any of this, right? Because this is Caitlin's question is, what is the social media kickback been? Well, I think she put it more like this. I'm sorry, I probably wrote it down wrong. She's really asking them how the media kickback has made it worse for them in this horrible time that they're dealing with, right? And Katie doesn't answer the question. She just says that she doesn't put the time and energy into what other people say, but they do. Because, we all know that Crispy is always trolling the internet. He spends all of his time trolling YouTube, right? And Katie was right there with him for much of it. And then she talks about the facts are the facts and the police know the facts. Now, this bothers me because I do think that there is corruption in this case. And so her saying that is like Chris saying, well, I got Bobby and Carter in my back pocket. Very cocky, in my opinion. Very cocky. And not something that not something that we would expect again from a mother whose child is missing, right? They still haven't found my son, so, I hope they're just staying diligent or something like that. But that's not what Katie said. She's basically saying the public is stupid, the police know the facts, and, that's it. You know, nothing to see here. They're not going to solve it. So, oh well, you know. Yeah, it is a little bit too late for the warrant. I agree. Hindsight. Exactly. There's nothing terrible about asking questions, C-Star. I think it's just the fact that they're so defensive, you know, because they have the guilty knowledge. So, like, any question we ask is going to make them feel compromised in some way. You know, it's going to be offensive, you know, because they don't want to have to tell the truth. I think he will be too, Holly S. Yeah, I think it's going to be like the pattern that happened last year, right? Where he went dark and then Faith went back and then he started in again. Yes, I agree. Carla says the dogs never picked up Sebastian's scent. It should have been where he pushed the garbage down to the curb, but all have said no scent, nowhere of Sebastian. Yeah, and even law enforcement says they don't have any evidence of him leaving the house. That's kind of scary, you know? Detroit says, Suzanne, that's the $1 million question. In my opinion, CP was there and the thud was caused by him, allegedly. Yeah, and I mean, I'm still thinking that he was definitely in the area. Definitely in the area. Because he got too worried about the truck, you know? You know, it's just, we don't know what we don't know, Robini. Rosebud says, listen, the Chris we saw on America's Most Wanted is not the same Chris that we've heard talking on these platforms, and that's a fact. Exactly. He's like, Sebastian's missing, you know, and he looks, you know, like he's like so startled, but we all know that's not true, Rosebud. I agree. And it's frustrating, you know. The YouTuber says the Nancy Grace photos look like mugshots practicing. I agree. Especially when the police sirens come in the back, like they were like, you know, their whole faces were like, and I was like, oh gosh, is this really happening? Like, I really thought there was going to be like a takedown on Nancy, like whatever. I know that would probably never happen. If they probably would have edited it, but. And we would have gotten like a, you know, breaking news, you know. Oh, really? Hindsight says he posted his vulgar humor yesterday on his Facebook, so he must be available again, in my opinion. Oh, God, he's back, you know. Oh, no. Gosh. I'm wondering I don't know about who trained the scent dogs, Holly S. That's a good question. Oh, thank you, C-Star. Says this is a really helpful review. Thank you so much. I'm just trying to kind of go back to the beginning because the timeline is so hard to come up with. And you know, it's funny because I've been trying to establish one since very early on. I realized I was like, oh, I forgot I even have these little, you know, Post-its in here that say, you know, a timeline. Don't talk about my truck. Oh boy, YouTuber. Oh my. Well, to me, yeah, and don't talk about Mama either, because, oh, look out. He'll come up flying onto the panel. Well, to me, that says Sebastian did not do the trash, possibly the one wearing shoes like Sebastian. I think so too, Carla. I mean, that would be a good conclusion to come to. Oh, I should say a reasonable one, right? It would make sense. Because that has always been something that's startled me from the very beginning, looking at their shoes, and I'm like, oh boy, that's kind of different. You know. Oh, yes, ma'am, not mom. I thought you were talking about not talk about his mom. Oh Lord. And nobody likes their mom talked about, you know. I'm not faulting him for that. I just think it's like obvious that he's trying to cover up that she would, you know, has some kind of knowledge or involvement, you know. Okay, guys, here's this next little short clip.
And now just, I mean, publicly, like, obviously police are now investigating a landfill. People are speaking out about that. What are your thoughts about that?
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, All we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody, for hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can their goal is the same. We just want to find him.
Okay, guys. So again, with Chris praying for all of us that this never happens to us, while he's praying for us that it does. Like, those are such weird statements, and they keep saying it over again. And really, what Caitlin again was asking here was, there's a landfill search, and people are speculating. You know, what do you feel about this landfill search? And you know, Chris just brings it back to people's opinions, like, you know, whatever, they can have their own opinions, and if you have questions, call law enforcement. That's not what she asked you. She's asking you what you think about the landfill search as his stepfather, as his mother, you know. And then he goes into like, well, I pray this never happens to you. What? I mean, if that's not defensive, then I can't give you guys a better example of defensive, because that's very defensive to go right there. I would say, if someone asked me that question, horrible. That would be the most horrible position to be in, right? I'm not debating that. I'm not saying that Chris isn't right in some regard when it comes to, because just thinking about it, just re-saying it right there, I was like, oh God, to have to be asked that question, right? How do you feel about them searching the landfill for your kid? Well, I mean, that's where I would say horrible, the worst feeling ever. I would start crying. That would trigger me to be very upset, right? Because that's the experience that you never thought would ever happen on any level. People just we don't think that those things could happen, right? We just don't. Any normal person. Now, some of us true crime people, we might think about that because we think about other people and we do put ourselves in their shoes. We do understand. We're compassionate. We're kind, right? True crime, not trauma. Please don't get that twisted. But I'm just saying, like, many of us do, and that's why we're so passionate about the cases, is because we do put ourselves into that position and we think, holy cow, that would be the worst, right? And how can we help this family? How can we find this child, right? And I think so too. Not today, honey. The poker game could really catch them up. I agree. I agree with that. But yeah, I mean, but nobody says that. They don't say, poor Sebastian, oh my God, I can't believe they're looking for him there, or anything. How horrible would that be? That would be horrible, right? As Katie said, horrible. Detroit, not the trucker mama, sounds like a bad country song. It does. That's too funny. Oh my goodness. It's a definite tear in your beer song. Yeah, what are your thoughts of the landfill? See, yes, Little Miss Sharon, spot on. Yes. She's wondering what they're thinking about, like that's what she's asking. I mean, and yeah, maybe she was curious to know, because I'm sure there was a lot of local people being like, oh crap, they're searching in the landfill, right? What are they searching for? Are they searching for Sebastian? Are they searching for items? Are they, what do they know, right? What have they concluded that they're going to this landfill, and they've tried to get, go look. Yeah, Adam Forever 21 says, this poor child, where is he? 2 years. We need the officials that busted TBI a few weeks ago in Millersville corruption bust. Yes, we do. And we need to consider those things too, because it's really scary. It is. I mean, the level that we see, and her face interviewing says it all, in my opinion. Yes, hindsight, it sure does. It's undeniable, right? I mean, she's just like doesn't, because they don't answer any of her questions. Like, I'd be really frustrated, but also it's awkward, and also we don't know what kind of a face that Chris made at her earlier, like, you know, I'm a black and white kind of guy, whatever the hell that means. What if Mama is the one who actually who's pulling the strings, in my opinion? I believe that she could be. Because, you know, she's the one that has the money. Where did they get the 15 grand, right? I do think that she's a big part of it, IML. Thanks for being here. So yeah, no, that's not lost, because I do believe that. You know, why is this guy talking and not the mother? She must be thinking, hindsight 100%. It's like, I'd be thinking that too. I'd be like, well, I thought you weren't here, Mr. Proudfoot. You know what I mean? I don't know, but she can't even like get to, but she's got to be thinking these things. I agree. You know, why won't this guy just let, you know, his wife talk? Or, because he's not there for moral support. He's absolutely there to, like, in my opinion, catch something that Katie messes up, right? You know, I mean, here's this next little clip of, it's a 51-second one.
If you could say something to Sebastian, if he's listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say that we love you and we miss you and we want you to come home. And just know that we all care about you so much.
You're not in trouble. That door's unlocked and waiting for you to come home. Your puppies miss you. Your family misses you. I miss you. Just come home.
Anything else that you two want to add or clear up or anything like that? Okay.
Just help us find our son.
Okay, guys, so that's kind of what Katie's thinking, right? Just help us find our son. She's telling us, you know, we all care about you. Everybody cares about you. And then Chris throws in, you're not in trouble. Always really bothered me, right? Because we figure out later that Sebastian was always in trouble. And we all kind of caught that red flag in the Holly Thompson interview, first off, because that's where we first hear that being said, like, you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble. We hear it again here. He says, your puppies love you, your family loves you, and I love you. That is totally distancing himself from Sebastian's family, right? Not saying your mother and I love you. We want you home. It's not the same without you here, you know? And he tells him, just come home, right? So I think we could at least say safely that Chris absolutely thought that Sebastian could just come home at that point, right? That's the narrative that he wants us to believe, that Sebastian has the power to just come home. You know, he doesn't say if someone has you, run. He doesn't say, you know, call us if you need, you know, if you're somewhere, you know, make sure you give us a call. I mean, I'd be giving my phone number probably out if he didn't already know it, you know? So just really, really flat affect and everything. Kathy says, supposedly PG happened on Friday night before Sebastian went missing on Monday, in my opinion. Yeah, the poker game is a big one for me too, Kathy. Oh no, YouTuber. Sebastian was in a room with younger children. Robini, so weird that she's comforting him and not the other way around. I agree. It is absolutely weird, isn't it? Because yes, that's what she's doing. She's comforting him, but he's not doing anything except for the tapping. You know, he does go in back and forth with his thumb a couple of times. And I think I caught that in one of these that's coming up. But yeah, it is super weird, isn't it? She never says his name, Suzanne. She doesn't. And she caught a lot of public outrage for that, right? And even Seth was like, you can't say his name, you know, it's upsetting. Yeah, normal. Yeah, I agree. Could you please, you know, let her talk, you know? And I mean, there is a nice way, I guess, the reporter could have said, you know, is there any way that we can just hear from Mrs. Proudfoot, you know? C-Star says, they act like Sebastian has a choice to come home. Yeah, blaming him again. Yeah, I agree, in my opinion. I agree with that. I do. It's the blame Sebastian theory, right? That's the one that they always wanted us to believe. Blame Sebastian, he's a runaway, but then he never ran away before, and he's not a runner, you know? But we heard that from Seth too, and we're going to hear from Seth here too. Yeah, don't look for him, call us, we'll come get you. Right, exactly. Exactly. And they weren't looking at that time. Hey, Nisa Marie, good to see you. She says, sad not looking for Sebastian, but the door is open. No one's home. Come on home. We are not home, though, right? Like, goodbye. We're living our lives, my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they do leave after this, right? This is before they've left. Obviously, they're still in their home, in the home they shared with Sebastian. But they are about to leave, right, and not look for him. And if he comes home, then, you know, he'd be coming home to an empty house. Like, I don't know how that happens. I really don't, and it is very, very sad. I agree with you, Detroit. Look at the lengths she went to steal Faith away from Nina. She was relentless and didn't care who she hurt. And KP and Melissa were active participants, and TB and CB backed the whole thing, liars and all. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they thought it was funny to torture her. They just like seeing her upset, you know, and it's very sad. And she doesn't deserve that. I mean, she's not an unfit mother. If she was, it would be one thing, right? And then I'd be saying, you know, yeah, she shouldn't be around. But, I mean, she is a really good mama. And you could tell she really thinks highly of her kids, right? She's got them involved in things. And they're her life, you know. And we don't see that with Chris and Katie. It's like the kids are there to obey, right? So, and I know kids should obey. I know kids should obey their parents. I'm not a type of parent that thinks that it's okay for kids to disrespect their parents or anything like that. But I also don't think that you have to be like a Gestapo parent, right? You can be strict and loving, and it's only because you want what's best for them, and you want to raise them with morals and values before they go out into the world, you know, and they can make up their own mind, because that's all we can do, right, is equip them for the world. But we can't make them make the right decisions. We can just hope that we've instilled enough in them that they will, you know. We have, that's where, you know, they have to make the decisions. But okay, here's this next one. This one's a little bit longer of a clip.
If you could just first, I mean, as his father, tell me a little bit about your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games. He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, you know, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
He, for the most part, is happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos. Even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him, but he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like, whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them. He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before, he likes fishing and things like that, but...
cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's a good kid.
Okay, guys, so the audacity of Chris bringing up the cats, right? And now, again, at this point, we didn't know about the cats. We didn't know that, because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the first time that Chris told anyone that he gave, or excuse me, the first time that Chris told anyone that he made Sebastian get rid of the cats when he moved in with Sebastian and Katie was Terry Lynn. And he tells her, that whenever he moved in, because he's allergic to cats, that he made Sebastian get rid of them. So, that that's his favorite animal, that he loves cats, and you made him get rid of both of his cats that he loved and built a relationship with. What a monster. I'm sorry, but, and then we'll get more into his laughing at Sebastian's quirks. So we hear Seth, right? And this is Caitlin Miller interviewing Seth around the same time. She says, "Tell me about Sebastian." And Seth says, "Sebastian has a big heart. He's inquisitive. He really loves animals. He loves video games. He loves to plant things and grow things. And he loves to take care of things," right? So Seth is painting a picture of Sebastian, a good-hearted soul who loves life, who loves to learn, who loves animals and video games, right? And then we get to Chris and Katie. And Katie makes one weird statement, in my opinion, that sticks out. Now, she does talk about how he loves Legos and they build projects together and all of that. But she says he loves to tell you about everything and then some. As if, Sebastian just talks and talks, and it's more of like an annoying thing, in my opinion, than an endearing one. But that's just kind of how it came off to me, especially when we hear Seth and then we hear Katie. Another thing that stood out to me is that she said that Sebastian's always a character. Now that we know more about Sebastian, I think that's accurate. I think Sebastian is a character. But again, when you're hearing this for the first time back then, it's like, why would she say he's a character? You know what I mean? Like, she never elaborated and never was like, he's just so funny. He'll go to school and ask the resource officers how many tickets, he's going to hand out. Now, that's a character. That's someone that's silly and, a jokester. I understand. I'm that way myself. I like to tease with people and make them laugh. If I'm going to talk to somebody, it's usually going to be something, where I try to brighten their day a little bit, and Sebastian seemed to be like that. And now we understand that more than we did before, but it still stood out to me in comparison to Seth's description of Sebastian. Now, I want to point this out again, and I slowed it down and all that. When Caitlin asks, is there anything weird about Sebastian, meaning his quirks? I think it's interesting that she asked the question that way, and I'm wondering if she was trying to set it up that way to see what their reaction or what their answer would be, because I'm sorry, as a mom, and maybe I'm a little bit too overprotective, but I would say there's nothing weird about my son, is what I would say. I would say there's nothing weird about my son. What you have to understand about my son is that he does have a rare chromosome deletion. He has autism, so he is very unique, right? He's not weird. He's just different, right? He's special. He's whatever, but it's very weird in and of itself that Caitlin says, "Is there anything weird that we should know about Sebastian?" And then Chris like laughs, right? It's not funny. Sebastian's a personality is different, right? But we all are individuals, and I just think it's a real jerk thing for him to laugh at that, and then also for Katie to just leave it be like, yeah, he is weird and he does talk people's ears off and he's always a character. You know, that's what it kind of comes off, you know, to me, because as a mom, I'd say my kid's not weird. First of all, let's just get that straight. He's not weird. He's different. He's special. He's unique. He's not like everybody else, right? But not weird. He's not weird. And I've never thought he was. You know who I think is weird is Katie and Chris. That's who I think is weird. IML says, well, at least they left out food and a water and blanket when they left, like Sebastian's a feral cat. Well, yeah. And I mean, you know, that makes me think that they did change the lock over IML, you know, because we were talking about that earlier. That somebody had said, you know, maybe they changed the lock the code, because Sebastian was to have said to have had the code to the front door. That's what Katie said. And then she leaves that out there. Was she doing that because they left him, you know, and if he did come back, no one was going to be home and they also locked him out? Or was it just because they wanted to look good to everybody? You know? C. Taylor says it's interesting too, since later SF claims that it's Sebastian in the video versus the neighborhood teen looking for his cat. I can't believe he's saying that now, C. Taylor. There's just no way. There's just no way. I would need more proof, you know? It is. I think it is. Yeah, Holly S. It's like, it's always something negative, you know? And even when it's kind of underhanded, you know, but I do understand the character reference a little bit more now than I did before, you know, or like his little green tea video. I could see that. Now, if she had said something like, you know, he's always a character. One time he came up to me and he just said, "Hey, Mom, green tea," and laughed. And it was really, really cute. I can see that. I can see like an explanation with it. But just to say that about him like that, it doesn't make sense if you don't know him. And we're trying to get to know him, but they can't even describe him. So Robini says, yeah, because he was smarter than them, in my opinion, and that infuriated them. Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree, especially Mr. Chris, because I'm sure that Sebastian probably did have some sarcasm to throw at that asshole, and I'm sure Chris probably felt really dumb when he did. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yes, Adam Forever 21 says her description of Sebastian and CP displays statements of annoyance and, pervy. Yeah, I agree. Adam Forever 21, and it's sad because, you know, that's an inaccurate portrayal if I've ever heard one. Yeah, I agree there too. Hindsight says Robini agreed. He knew more than what we gave him credit for. And because of course, you know, we hear Chris saying, you know, Sebastian was 15, but his mind hadn't caught up to his body yet. Well, there might have been some things that he had trouble with, but he was doing well in school and he was in the, you know, he never got held back. There was different things, you know, that may make me believe that was, that we were being misled by them. And I don't understand that, you know, why should we be misled at all? They should want to be really straightforward and make sure they can get everybody on the same page, you know? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Nisi Marie says Sebastian is smart. CP couldn't stand it as well, my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, Sebastian figured CP out. Exactly, Nisi Marie. I agree. Yeah, he wanted him trained, not loved. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, that's what I thought about Katie right away, hindsight. I was really taken back by my statement when I heard it back, even because I'm like going, oh wow, I said was she trained to call her husband first? And it was because I could just sense that controlling nature of Chris, and it was like, would he have been mad if she had called Seth first and not him first, you know? Oh, Nisi Marie, you can email me, hun. And if you have already, I will check them tonight. I will make sure I check my emails tonight. Thanks, SI officer. Yeah, Nisi Marie says they probably changed the code to the door when Sebastian left. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. They probably changed the code to the door on Sebastian when they left. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just my email is ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. So my channel name, but no apostrophe. Thanks, Nisi Marie. Thank you, SI officer. Detroit says, in my opinion, Sebastian was older and wiser than they gave him credit for. I agree. He knew things and heard things that he shouldn't have, and he probably started to stand up for himself more, and CP didn't like that. I agree with that, Detroit, and that's one of the things that really sticks with me as well, is that he was getting older and he was realizing and he was getting bolder, you know, and, you know, boys and their testosterone, but I think even girls get that way, right? I mean, it's just, especially if there's, you know, good night, Kathy. Don't be sorry. Thank you for being here. Thank you. But, you know, I think that comes with age of any of us, right? We put our foot down when we see this nasty abuse going on, right? Or when we realize that the environment that we thought was normal isn't, right? And it can be really hurtful and it can be angering. And then top that with, you know, hormones and this and that, you know, I mean, it all, again, this snowball effect. I just see this snowball effect. And Detroit says, hence the CPS reports, and CP was in deep shit and he lost control of the whole situation. He can't take not being in control and wasn't going to let Sebastian run him, in my opinion, right? Or wasn't going to let Sebastian, you know, make him leave his own house, right? Because he even said that about Sebastian. And, you know, my big thing is I don't think he wanted Sebastian to leave. I don't think Sebastian wanted Chris to leave. I think Sebastian wanted a normal stepdad. I think he wanted the abuse to stop. And I think it turned into maybe a situation where it's like, hey, I don't like my stepdad anymore. Because that's what happens when people, you know, do horrible things to you over and over and over and over again. It's not your fault for not liking the way that you're being treated. It's their fault for treating you the way they are. You know, but it's always blame Sebastian, and then, you know, you got two people telling you it's your fault all the time. You're going to start believing it, you know, and that's sad because he doesn't deserve it, you know. So let's hear another clip with Seth and what he has to say about Sebastian when asked by Caitlin Miller.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games, watch TV. Had a great weekend.
Okay, so a couple things here. When Caitlin says, you know, what's this week been like for you? Missing, you know, your son, with your son being missing. And Seth right away says, my heart is out there somewhere missing, and I can't find my son. I need to find him, right? And that's something that Seth has always said, right? And just automatically, I'm there with him, right? I'm thinking, oh my gosh, yes, that is how I would feel. My heart is out there missing. I don't know what to do. I'm distraught. everything's bad right now, right? There's nothing good when this is happening, right? And we don't hear that from Katie. We don't hear that from Chris. And I mean, I get he's stepdad, but still, you know, you would think a parent that is in a house with a kid for 7 or 8 years, that would be their heart too, right? It's just very unfortunate. It's just very, very unfortunate. And then another thing in this clip I wanted to say is I think that Seth might have misspoke, and he did correct this a little bit later about Sebastian being there the weekend prior to this all happening. So I know he said something different here, but I think he came out at some point, I don't remember exactly when, and did state that he had Sebastian the weekend before he went missing, and Katie's weekend was the weekend that he went missing. Yeah, he just wanted to be left alone, in my opinion, Holly S. says. Yeah, he didn't want to always be in trouble and walk on eggshells, and, you know, hell, he wanted to go to the refrigerator probably and grab him something to eat without being ridiculed for it, or, you know, any of that. Because it's tough living with somebody who always wants to have control over everything, because like Detroit said, they do get angry when they lose control, or when somebody doesn't listen to them. Instead of them being, you know, upset or whatever, like a normal person would. Obviously, if your child, you know, or stepchild isn't listening, it's frustrating, but it's a different level with Chris and Sebastian, right? Like, you know, to the level of your things are going to get thrown out. You're going to take the can to this, you know, you're going to take it to the end of the street, all your stuff, you know. He degrades and demeans Sebastian. It's not discipline. It's not teaching him a lesson. It's teaching him to feel humiliated. It's teaching him to hate you, Chris. I mean, if he didn't, then I can see why he would, though. You know, that's the problem. And Chris doesn't get it. He's like, oh, I was just trying to, you know, and sometimes in people's warped perceptions, that can seem normal, right? Or if that's how they were treated, then they tend to do that. But still, it doesn't make it right, you know? Robbie and he says, in my opinion, all boys have one time trying their father figure. Usually it's natural how you respond is the issue. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because I mean, you know, they're like, you know, bow up to each other or whatever, you know, I agree. And I mean, and it's not, you know, every family is going to have disagreements. Everyone is going to disagree. No one's marriage is perfect. I don't care if somebody tells you that, theirs probably is the most messed up. If they want to talk crap about somebody else's relationship, then theirs is probably more messed up than anybody's, right? And say, oh, my relationship's so perfect, you know. No, it's not. Nobody is. Everybody has issues. Everybody has a bad day. You know, maybe you're in a good mood and your spouse isn't, or vice versa. But when it comes to this incredibly toxic situation, when there's kids involved and a control freak for a step parent, you know, it's a bad combination, especially when a parent in the household who isn't the actual biological parent is exerting this much control over a teenager. There's always going to be an issue there, right? You know, you might hear things like, you're not my dad, or you're not my mom, and, you know, too bad. I mean, and again, you're an adult. You can handle it better than a child can, and I agree. It's about how it's, you know, handled. Yeah, exactly. Sebastian had every reason to feel that way. Yeah, every right. I agree. C-Star, I do. I mean, it's like, of course, I think everybody would feel that way. They did. I feel like they hid the truth from Seth as well. Yeah, because Seth didn't know what was going on until Smiley. Remember, we didn't know about the belt either. We didn't know about any of that until Smiley. Hindsight says, in my opinion, Mr. Chris would be a name for a mother's boyfriend and not a stepfather you live with. I agree with that, Hindsight. And, you know, it's not very endearing, is it? Right? It doesn't make you feel special or that there's some kind of a special bond there either. it definitely kind of puts the kibosh on ever calling you, you know, dad or anything more endearing than that, right? Or feeling like you are a father figure. I agree. I agree. Because, you know, I know a lot of people out there too that maybe even think of a stepfather as more of a father, or maybe because they were around them more, or you know, because they showed them more attention and affection. And typically, and I've said this before, typically if a child has that type of a good role model and that love from their biological parents, then, you know, a step parent is more of just kind of like the bonus parent, right? Or somebody to actually lean on that really cares about you and cares about your best interests, but would never be your father, right? Or your mother, because you have one. And so I agree, you know, and I think I would even feel uncomfortable having someone call me Miss Trish or something, you know, like, especially with a little kid. It might be kind of cute though. I don't know. Cause like you think of a teacher too, or something like that. But you know, I think if I was in a relationship with like a 7 or 8-year-old at that time, it's still young enough where you could really form a strong bond of caring, you know, being that adult role model for that child, not a parent because they have a parent, but more of like someone, again, just to have like your extra, you know, cheerleader in life and someone who gives a crap about you. I mean, gosh, some people walk alone, you know, and don't have that love and support system. And if you can have that extra love and support system, that's where it's at, you know. Super detached, yes, and way too formal, you know, way too formal. Because a 7-year-old, I mean, that's got to really be weird, right? Because you call your teacher Mr., you know, or your Boy Scout leader Mr., or, you know, especially a lot of us were taught that if we go over to someone else's home, like, right, a friend's or something, we say yes ma'am, no ma'am, you know, you're polite, you're always polite, right? And I think some of us were taught to be a little bit too polite with other adults that we don't know, you know, but that's a whole nother show. But again, you know, you just you're taught to be respectful and kind, and then especially like if you're asked over to eat dinner, you know, use your manners, right? But again, to have that in your own home, that is walking on eggshells, in my opinion, you know. Detroit says constant threats and blaming him for things that weren't his fault. It was CP's shortcomings and short fuse that caused the drama because of how his mother raised him. He got away with everything, in my opinion. Yeah, he did. He did. And it's so rich for him to like talk about Sebastian, and he's still learning, you know? And it's like, okay, well, you've had all of this time, and honestly, he did get lucky, and he did get sent to a more positive environment than most people would have, because most people would have been in juvie and then they would have just fallen through the cracks of the system. So he was really lucky to have mama socks as a parachute, in my opinion. Detroit, you're absolutely right. No, don't worry, C-Star. Don't be sorry. I mean, it's frustrating, right? It's like, oh my gosh, I just can't believe it. And then I was like, oh, I found this other interview with Seth, and I said, oh, I forgot this even happened. So, but it is when you listen to it side by side, it's like, oh man, you know, what was going on here, you know? Rosebud says, as parents and adults, we set the tone for every aspect of raising a child. If you're stressed, they're stressed. If you're yelling, they're yelling. Parents are the teachers. Remain calm and they will. Rosebud, that is such a good comment. And like that is absolutely true in my opinion. And, you know, I was a very young mom, and I learned, I can't remember who told me this. I don't think I read it. I used to read the parenting magazine, right? But I don't think I read it in there. I think it was something different. But what it was is someone told me, like, if a little one falls, right, not to be like, oh, right away, right? Because that's your natural reaction, right? Your kid falls, and especially when you're a new mom, right? And you have no friggin' idea what you're doing, and you think these children are glass, you know, and you're like, oh my gosh, they fell, and you know, you're like, because I don't know about other parents, but I think a lot of us, like, the minute that you hold your child, you're like, oh my God, you know, this is, thank you, and I'm going to take care of this child, right? And I'm going to do right by them. And you start thinking about your own childhood, and like a lot of things come up, right? And what you want for this child and how you're going to raise them. And, but you know, you just don't want to see them fall. So as a new parent, you're like very overprotective, right? And you want to put them in a bubble wrap if you could, but you know, but don't like, you know, make a big deal, because even a little child, like a 2-year-old, if you're like, oh my gosh, you know, they're going to freak out too. Right. And same thing goes for like a baby. Like if the baby feels that you're nervous and you're holding that baby, the baby's probably not going to stop crying. But the minute that they know that you're calm and they can feel that you're calm, because like, think about it, a baby's being held close to your body. So if your heart rate is up, that baby's going to know, you know, they're going to feel it. They're going to feel the anxiety. So, you know, it's absolutely true. I agree. You have to be calm, and you have to be the teacher. You have to be the example, you know, and absolutely. Parents set the tone for everything. Yeah. Yeah. And it could have been somebody that even told me that saw me have that reaction right away. Like, calm down. It's going to be okay. You know, because the baby will start crying, right? If they think, oh, this is really bad. Right. But sometimes if they topple over and you let them topple over, and then they kind of look around and like, you know, and you're like, yay, good job, or you're okay, it's okay. That's better than being like, oh my God, are you okay? Because then like you're freaking out and the baby's like, wait a minute, you're upset? They can see your face, right? So babies are so intuitive, and like, it's amazing. It's amazing. Rob Beanie says, my brothers were 2, 4, and 6 when my parents got married, and they called him dad and didn't have anything to do with their bio father. If you called him their dad, they would get angry. Yeah, I've known a lot of people that way, Rob Beanie. Yeah, especially because when they're little, right? And then the other parent is just, you know, that's your dad, right? And that's, yeah, exactly. I know someone personally, actually, that has that same kind of a relationship, because, you know, the stepdad was more of a dad, you know, and it's just good to have good people in a support system. It doesn't matter if they're biologically, you know, yours or not. You know, I even have, you know, a family in Missouri, that's my family, you know what I mean? Like, they're more family to me than some of my family. So, yeah, I totally get that. And they didn't come in my life until I was like 28. So, well, Miss Sharon says KP and CP are emotionally immature, which makes them shit for parents, in my opinion. They really are. And, you know, they think it's funny. They're joking through this stuff and they're laughing, and, you know, it's got to be so awkward to be there and seeing them. And I really, really would have liked to have saw their faces, you know. Papa C would have been better. That would have been a cute one. Oh, hindsight, that would have been so cute, right? Papa C. Yeah, and those are the little endearing ones that you kind of almost hope the kid would make up, right, or something, you know? My name is hard for little kids to say. So, like, especially if I go by Trish, you know, because they'll be like Twists. That's what they usually call, you know, and even Trisha is probably even harder for them to, like, kind of say. So, but yeah, I mean, and kids are so loving and caring, and they want validation from adults. You know, they do, just like Rosebud said, they look up to us like for guidance, right? Because they're learning, and so we're all they have. And to be, you know, and that's one thing that I really feel like if they did this, they need to be charged with in a position of trust. You know, like Travis Decker was, because if you're in a position with trust, in a position of trust with a child, and you breach that trust, shame on you. You know, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. Good to see you. Hi, everyone. I had a great stepdad, and my mom was the one trying to sabotage my relationship with him. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, and you know, it's like, you know, it's so sad that one parent would get jealous of another parent like that, you know, because I mean, I don't know if that's what it is, but that's kind of my first thought, like, you know, love me more than them. Ooh, 100 likes. Well, hey, we need to have a party. Hold on, guys. Let me get our party out. Thanks, Robini. I always forget about our parties these days. Here we go.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slapper. Are you crazy? Hit her. Are you high, Clary? We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin. Let go of me.
But you don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Half a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer. You are a pig from hell. Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
It's like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum Eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys. I'm so glad we had our party. I always forget about that, and then I'll look and I'll be like, dang, we had 100, and you know, so I always try to get to 100 likes, and then we'll have our party. Thanks, Niecy Marie. One of my favorite movies is Steel Magnolias. I know. Dolly's she's such a genuine person. I'll tell you what, Dolly knows how to tell somebody off. Ooh, she does, but she does it in the kindest way, and just, it's hilarious. I love her. Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion too, so to try it. Okay, guys, here's this next little clip. I have a couple of more, 3 more actually, but here's one of the shorter ones.
And I mean, obviously it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, you know, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any like tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out like in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He does like treats. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, video games. He'd probably be, maybe an arcade or something.
Okay. And has he...
Okay, so Seth really kind of picked up on what she was asking there, right? Like, if we were to look for him someplace, where could we look to find him? And Seth is like, well, maybe video games, right? Like an arcade, he might be there since he's within the city limits, or if he is. And then also he talks about that he thinks the police are doing a great job right now because this was like the first week, so week 1 only. And obviously they were doing the large-scale searches and bringing in other police entities right from different counties. And so, at this time, Seth is like, they're searching everywhere for him, right? They were doing that radius, and they went back and redid the radius. They brought in more people, and they were just searching, right? Grid searches. They had horses, everything, ATVs, the whole 9 yards, drones. I mean, really. So at that time, he's confident that they're doing everything, right? And then here's this next clip.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. This is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
And any...
Okay, so just kind of another contrast or comparison. So Caitlin says, has Sebastian ever done anything like this before, Seth's answer, no. No explanation, right? None needed, really. No, he's never done it before. So that's a quick no. That's it, right? If it was a yes, you'd expect some elaboration on there, but no is a no. Well, Katie, when she's asked that same question, no, he's not a runner. It's not normal for him to run. It's not normal for him to run away. Again, she's still painting us this picture that it's not normal for him to run away, but she doesn't know why he did run away, right? Because she still wants us to believe that he did run away. For her, it should have just been a no. No, he's never done this before, no. But she feels like she has to go into more detail than necessary. I'm always more curious when I see that, Yes, Cinderella, it's such a good one, right? Yes, Dolly is natural in everything she does. She's a very authentic person. Oh my gosh, talk about a good role model, Dolly Parton. She really is, and I've always loved her ever since I was little. I always thought she was a great role model. I love the flying nun, Rosebud. Seth's first question when his feet hit the ground is, today going to be the day? My heart aches for him. Yeah, and gosh, I would be lying if I said that I don't think that way too. And I bet you a lot of you guys do too, Rosebud. It's like every day, is something going to happen? Are we going to get a clue? Or is something going to help us figure this out, right? Because it's just been too long. It's been too long. Sally Fields is a hilarious lady. She is so funny. She's so good. I love Sally Fields because she is one of those great actresses that can make you laugh. She can make you cry. I mean, any role that she plays it, I know she's older now and she hasn't probably been in a lot of stuff, but, she would always make it believable. She's kind of like a Tom Hanks, where you could put her in any character and she would, rock it. So. Juicy Jules, good to see you. Seth, I know. It's like you feel so bad for him and angry, because, oh my gosh. If Sebastian was going to run away, he would have done it while KP was at work. I still think, figure out what was on the laptop, he got in trouble for. Red flag, in my opinion. I still want to know that too. Yeah, and again, if you guys have info, let me know. You know, if there's anything that you can think of that's out there about them, because I can't find much on it. I'm going to go back and look through Smiley's about the poker party. I know there was some talk about it, I want to say last July, or was it August or September? Sometime last summer-ish, right into the early fall. There was a lot of talk about the poker party. We were buzzing about that party. I do not like it that, you know, YouTube does these things where it's like a year ago, you know, it's like, why can't they put the date of the videos somewhere? That's one thing I wish they would change, because it would make it so much easier to go through people's content and look for specific details, because, you know, not every genre is this way, but true crime is, where the more that we can share with each other, you know, the better. I'm not stingy with information. Like, I try to give people what I know, right, and compare it with what they know, or, you know, bounce ideas off of them and things like that. So, you know, anything that you guys want to share of mine, email me, and, you know, I could get you a raw video of it, right, where I didn't add any music or any filters or anything, and you guys could do whatever you'd like to it, right? Add music how you'd like. I think music is so powerful, and that's why I put it in my videos, but I do pay for like the copyright, you know, free music or whatever. So it is copyrighted, but I have permission to use it because I pay for the service or whatever. But if you guys ever like see a video where you want me to just send you like a clip or something, just send me an email. And like I said, I'm going to try to get my email on. I've tried to unsubscribe to some of this stuff, and it doesn't unsubscribe me. It just it keeps sending me stuff. I'm like, dang it. It's a pain in the rear. So that's how everything gets kind of like jumbled in. Rosebud said, and then remember when CP made this comment, Sebastian was hiding under the neighbor's car? Yes, I do. I do. I mean, he validates that, and then others found it not to be true. Why would he say that? Rosebud, that was really concerning to me too, and I was really confused. I was like, how come they're saying that Sebastian never did this before, but he supposedly was found hiding under a car? Like, I didn't know if they were trying to hide it because maybe it was embarrassing and it only happened one time, and so they figured they could, you know, kind of skirt around it, because no one wants to admit that. But I mean, with somebody who's on the spectrum, it's more acceptable, you know. But again, if you know that happens, then you need to take precautions. So, you know, that's. Oh, thank you for your super sticker, little Miss Sharon. That's so sweet. You didn't have to do that. Oh, thank you. Jeez, you're awesome. Okay, so I have one last clip for tonight, and oh, Lab After Dark. Are you in here, Josh? Like, let me see. I probably missed one. Oh, there you are, Josh. Good to see you. Nice to see you. See, sometimes I'll see you guys saying hi to people, and then I'll realize that someone's actually in here. Okay, so yeah, this last clip. Now, this is just going to be Seth talking about his side of things, you know. So.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
Very much sleep at all. I mean, coffee and energy drinks are my main diet has been.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know him. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. You know, if my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911. You know.
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Every day.
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother and stepfather about the situation?
Not really. I mean, we're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it. Okay. I'm looking for him, you know.
Yeah. And I know, like, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just want your kid home. But there's been a lot of, like, speculation, too, about possible, like, criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, you know, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son. If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son Sebastian mean to you?
He's my life.
Do you have any other kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess, is there, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how he just kind of disappeared from the house?
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay. And if you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need to tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
I miss you, buddy. And I'm waiting. I want to hear from you. Okay.
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man. Come on, sons.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, just again, you really feel Seth's pain there. I mean, I can just feel it. Thank God that we had one of the parents, giving a heartfelt statement, right? Because that's really important when it comes to getting exposure. And I hate to say it like that, but just, making people understand why you love your son so much. We don't know that. We don't know Sebastian, and so it's up to the parents and it really, really helps if they come out and tell us about, their child and get us interested, right? They're the spokesperson, they're the voice, they're selling us on their child at that point. And I know that sounds really weird, but I think that's what many parents kind of take in as a strategy. Like, how am I going to get people to care about my kid like I do, right? So when asked where, again, that he's looking, because Seth was searching, that whole week, he decided that he was going to kind of drive around and look for Sebastian. He didn't really have a frame of reference, right? He's like, I'm just kind of looking everywhere. And he said, that's why I tell people to keep their heads up and their eyes open, looking out for him. And then he says, again, something that we hear very often and that is like really normal to hear from a parent, right, would be, if you see him, call 911, and if you can hear me, son, call 911, right? So he's pleading to Sebastian directly. If you can hear me, call 911, right? So we can come get you. So we'll know. So we know where you're at, because he's searching everywhere. Seth also tells Caitlin that he's not familiar with the area, so he's really been having a hard time. Now, at that point, you would think that would be when Chris and Katie would help, right? Because if Chris grew up around Chris grew up around the area, then he should be familiar with the neighborhood and maybe the woods around, right? Not Seth, who didn't grow up there. So you would think, again, and then you could see Caitlin kind of her wheels turning, even though we can't see her physically. But she's like, I don't know how well you know, the dad or excuse me, the stepdad or the mother. But, what do you think about them? And he's like, I'm not going to comment. Right. And so that was very interesting because her brain might have been going someplace like, well, how come they're not helping you, understand? Right. Because Katie might not know the area as well. I'm not sure when they moved to Tennessee, but I don't think they were in California terribly long either. I think it was pretty fast. He moved Nina out there really fast, and got her to, close to his family and all of his people, to isolate, in my opinion. And then Seth says that he doesn't have the social media and that he's not very active, and he wasn't, to my knowledge, back then. So he really didn't know what to say, but I also think a lot of it had to do with that he really didn't want to answer any questions about that. And I think it's because he didn't care. I think he didn't give a crap, at all about what people were saying about him, Like, I know that I've even made comparisons, like, with the Light video. Like, does this look like Seth, you think? And, he didn't get angry. He was just like, well, she's just trying to figure it out, right? So, but the fact that he's not defensive at all shows that he's probably not guilty of anything at all. Thank you, Hindsight. Thank you for dropping Josh's link. So, and he says, but I am frustrated. And he probably was very frustrated, right? Like, he's like, all these people coming up with their own opinions, but he's like, I need help searching. So he probably felt, that was the best thing that for anybody to do that was local in the area that could come out and search, rather than, say your opinions online, help me search. And that's another plea for help, right? So we hear him pleading for help. Call 911 if you see him. Sebastian, if you can hear me, call 911, right? And then, he says, he's my life. Caitlin Miller asks, like, to any parent, it would be, kind of an easy question to answer, but Katie doesn't ever just say it, like, come out and say things like that, right? Like, he's my life, like, right away, I don't know. It's very odd because I'm not used to, like, identifying with how a father feels like this, right? Because I'm just more connected with with Seth's answers than I am with Katie's, and that's always really bothered me. I don't like that. Because it's weird. It's just out of the norm, So it's very out of the norm. Yeah, I remember that, Josh, when you were on. Josh says, SI officer, no, I only talked to Chris the one time when I told him he was lying about the CPS reports. Yes, I remember that. And that was on Smiley. Yeah. Yeah, you did really good with him, though, because, oh, boy, he's a tough one. I don't know if that would end, because you stayed calm, Coffee Crime and Cat says, Seth said call 911. That's what should be said. Yeah, it's more normal what Seth has said than what Katie and Chris were saying, right? And it's just weird. It's not like, oh, everything Seth says is, fantastic. No. He was very short, right, in these interviews. So I will say, that's a little bit different, but it's more, he is focused on saying the right things, right? And he's not over explaining things. Has Sebastian ever done this before? No. Katie, he's not a runner. He's never run before. And I don't know why he would run this time. And you're not in trouble. Come home. It's just like, oh boy, here we go. Cinderella says, are we going to have the pleasure of your appearance, Josh? Oh man, Cinderella, Josh, you're welcome to come on panel anytime. I feel bad because it's the end of the show. I've just ended, or will be ending. That was my last clip. But I think it's worthy going over these interviews again because I was surprised. by everything that I forgot, you know. And this is one of the least reviewed that I've, you know, of the interviews for me, because I've really reviewed Smiley's a couple of times. I mean, yeah, this one isn't as, I don't know. I don't remember this one as well as some of the others, which is odd because this one was like 20 minutes and the rest of them are like 3 hours. So I don't know how I retained all that and not the smaller bit. Nisi Marie says, just think about this. KP car driving on Kellen looking for Sebastian at 6:20 a.m. around 2:58 a.m. Monday morning. A car drives by the same path. Anyone catch that? And how odd, the same path, in my opinion. Yeah, so I know what you're talking about. Because yes, it's the same. I mean, it is the road that goes in and out of the neighborhood, like the main way to get in and out. So here's the 258 image, you know, of the car. And then Katie is out, you know, around the time the buses are on Kellen. Because see, you can kind of see it's the same houses and stuff, right? It's the same street. Windows rolled up, not hollering out the window. And I mean, you know, if you're looking for, you know, talk about the cats in the neighborhood, but I mean, you know, say your cat's been out too long and you want to make sure they're okay, you're not going to have the windows rolled down. You're going to have them rolled up, and you're not going to be driving fast. See, that's another thing that really bothered me, Nisi, is that they were moving. So she was moving really fast down the street as if, I mean, she couldn't have been looking for anything if she was moving that fast, in my opinion. I think they had, logistically, for all of it to have worked out the way it did in that small amount of time, there had to have been help. And then also, like I said, I struggled too with the person who went back to the house, because obviously Katie was the one that was in the house in the morning. So it had to have been her, you know, unless there were two people. I mean, if there were two people that left the house that night, say somehow Chris got in the house, but if he did, and they both came out and he went with whoever came in the gray sedan, or silver, I don't know. I think that's open to interpretation, but oops, not Katie's car, sorry, wrong one. But this one, you know, then it's possible. But I mean, I just don't see Katie. I don't see that Katie could have left the house and then came back after 3 a.m. because we don't see any activity, you know. So that's what I get stuck with. Hi, Kylie's nail candy. Thank you for being here from Australia. That's awesome. Thank you. I like your avatar. Of course, I'm a nails person too. I always wear nails. That's so true. Hindsight. There's always something to talk about until Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is found. I agree. And, you know, going over the interviews, because it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's just like even reviewing some of these statements, you know, because when I was doing the comparison videos to begin with, people, you know, had asked me to do that. When I started doing it, I realized there's like so many discrepancies that you can't really, it's very difficult. You know, it would be like a 6-hour long video because they get into so many different like subjects and topics, but even if we were to take what happened that night, it's changed so many times that it's hard to get an accurate comparison even. You know, that isn't going to be a long video, you know, because they've told the story multiple times, but it's changed. And then also the interviews at the year mark, you know, when we had the Dateline interview and Katie adds in that she went to the bathroom to look for Sebastian when she never told us that, you know, and they I think they take joy. Now, this is like a conspiracy theory on my part, probably, but it seems like they take joy in pissing all of us off that have been covering the case from the beginning. They're like, okay, we're going to drop this bomb and see how many people get mad at us for it, you know, because it's like, of course we're going to go crazy over that. You've never told us about checking the bathroom, but you tell that to Dateline, what? And then they didn't even talk to Dateline. Like, I've never seen Dateline do a news article. That was weird. Maybe I missed something, but I've always watched them on TV. And Robini says, I want to know more about or see the video of the guy in a hoodie running through yards that it looks like CP. I would like to see and hear more about that too, but I haven't heard anything about that like since probably a couple months in. And then you have all these crazy, you know, videos from the PI that's making us. It's just such a distraction. I can't really even give it that much more energy because Marie says, "Oh, there's more than one going back. I have to show that later." Oh, okay. There was more than 2 people behind each flashlight. I have to show you all. I'm putting it together later this week. Okay, Nisi, that's interesting. See, I can't discount it because, again, it is like the faraway view, right? So, it is dark, right? But I think it's dark deliberately because obviously in the videos that have been released, I do want to preface that they could be, you know, lightened or they could have been manipulated in some way. But I mean, most of these people, because the neighborhood is dark and because there's not street lights, they have really well lit, you know, properties, or their home has the big floodlights, or, you know, I mean, because we have solutions to that problem. It's not like it's something that, you know, we're not living in the olden days and somebody goes in, you know, with a horse and lights the damn thing. I mean, you know, it's sometimes it just drives me bananas. Hindsight says, Lady, tomorrow we're heading back to Grandfather Mountain. Oh, okay, nice. I have the make sure you drop your link, Hindsight. I'm pretty pleased because I need to make sure I have the notifications. If I don't go in there and physically do it, I don't know why I have it set to all. It gives me a problem. And then, you know, I get into something and I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't there a live tonight? But yeah, oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. And you know, I just don't know why they're always so like weird and secretive. And then also with the glasses, I did watch a little bit of Crime Time Buzz with the glasses in the cemetery. So I have a little bit of a better understanding about that. But you know what I was thinking too about the glasses? I was like, how come they didn't check them against Sebastian's old prescriptions? Like, I get that they're saying that he wore the glasses that he's typically wearing every day, but like, did they even think about doing something like that? Like, I don't know. You can't always just take people's word for it. You know, I mean, I thought police were more suspicious than I am, but I guess I'm more suspicious than they are. Because I always think like, well, maybe he grabbed an old pair, or I don't know. But it's weird that they didn't check him for his prescription or fingerprinting or anything. Or did they match an old pair that he had? I don't know. I love the creator that's been working hard on this case, but there is lights on top of right corner. Do not dismiss it, just like behind the big light. Interesting. Yeah, and it's so difficult. I mean, obviously it's difficult, and then the pixelation, and oh boy. Kylie's Nail Candy says, Nisa Marie, I watched your other flashlight videos. Was that Steve Fisher in the dark hiding? I'm sure it's him. Really? Really? Yeah, that's interesting. It's so hard. A lot of the pictures that and some of them I've worked with are really difficult, but some people have really defined facial features and things that you can kind of pick up, right? And different characteristics. Yeah, it was the April 27th. Thanks, hindsight. Yeah, it was allegedly the sighting on April 27th, 2024 in North Carolina. So I will just say the young man in that picture from Grandfather Mountain had very similar mannerisms to Sebastian. He did, in my opinion. Very similar. His build even. Now his hair color was darker. Some of the facial features, and I just think it's interesting to revisit it to hindsight, because like even back then, I didn't overanalyze it, because they did come out and say, no, that's not Sebastian. And so I'm like, okay, well, that's darn it, and especially I was still new to it. And so I was taking a lot of things for face value that I probably wouldn't today, and I'd probably be like, show me the proof. Like, because I was a little bit more, naive to things, right? I would take people's word for it more often than I would now. Now I'm like, prove it, because otherwise, I want to see Yellow Coats Jordans, and I want to, see the yellow jacket, if that's Tommy. But yeah, and hindsight says it's always been a cliffhanger, literally, that we wanted answers to. Yeah, and it's just weird that law enforcement has never came out and given us any solid answers or any kind of solid timeline to go by. I know the TBI website put out information. I get that. I don't know. I'm more skeptical than I used to be. I'm absolutely, and I could even tell that from just watching my old videos back, C-Star says, I'm suspicious of that sighting. Yeah, it just wasn't a normal response. And again, when it's not normal response, we're all going, what is this? And I want to go back. I'm going to go back and look. Little Miss Sharon, I hope you send me that, or I hope we could track the video down with the other little one who went missing in the foster parents doing, because I have never seen anyone do this only hands thing before, but it's good to know that someone else did, and maybe we can analyze that and take a look and see what happened there. Was there guilty knowledge there? Were they trying to play people, kind of like how I feel Chris and Katie are trying to play us, or tried to. Yeah, and little Miss Sharon, I was of that persuasion too. Like, they would have just given him, they would have let Seth know. But I know Katie's family has connections there too. So I'm sure that's a big reason that people are still wondering. And also, this case has just been so weird. Let's be honest, it's so strange, and it seems like they want us to deliberately distract. Like, it's like, it's weird. It's weird. I remember them saying that. C-Star says all they said all they said was they talked to that lady kind of hush hush, in my opinion. I don't like that. Yeah. Well, and I think that's the reason why people are wanting to revisit the glasses and different things like that, because it has seemed like really strange, right? Nancy Grace was really interested in the glasses. You know, same thing with the Grandfather Mountain sighting, but that was around, well, I mean, Seth definitely went there, but I know that they didn't really, I don't know exactly how they confirmed it with him, but I know that he came in one night and confirmed it that he didn't think it was Sebastian. But it's so difficult because law enforcement has definitely fibbed, and we caught them in fibs. They didn't fib good ones because we caught them right away, and we're like, that is not a trash truck. You know? And that is, and that the flashlight video is hogwash. That's another thing, SI officer, I know. No, it's absolutely not, and it's absolutely everything but where. Yeah. And that's the thing, you know, even moving forward from that, it's like we still have that question, and it's huge. It's like not an easy question, because where is Sebastian, right? If we do find out how he left the house and what happened to him, where is he now? You know? Yeah. Well, so, Carly, yes, Seth did think it was him originally, yes. And I'll be completely honest with you guys, I didn't think it was him at all. Now, the mannerisms, yes. The mannerisms, because the way his knee was faced out, right? And then the way he was laying his arm, there was a lot of very, you know, if we were to do a side-by-side comparison and analyze, it would be probably the second closest match that I can recall, in my opinion. But I was always under. Now, you know, I wasn't like Chris and Katie. I can't say I was like that either. Like, no, that's not him right away. Like the minute I saw it, you know, I will say that. Oh, that's a good point. C. Taylor says Justin went to the North Carolina location too. Yeah, so you know, I'm under the impression, but I still am curious. I really am. But I was always kind of the one to say, well, I don't think, you know, I don't think so. Yeah, we have the movement people, the actions. Exactly, SI officer. Yeah, and then what happened next, right? And I'm trying to really get a concise timeline of events from, you know, the time they got back from the Texas Roadhouse, you know, assuming that they did, but operating off of them, you know, like Katie said, coming home from the Texas Roadhouse. Well, you know, I might even give her the pass of that was Sebastian taking the trash out, even though I really don't know. And I'm more skeptical about that than anything, because, I mean, show it to us. And again, it's just like on Josh's podcast when he had Chris McDonough on, he said, from an investigator standpoint, that, again, the less that you tell the public, you're at more of a disadvantage the longer that you wait. And that's what really creates a confidence or an overconfidence in the person responsible, you know, or the ones who have guilty knowledge, because of course they're going to feel like they got away with something. That totally makes sense to me. And then this whole time we're speculating and working on something that's not relevant, doesn't matter. And the public, we don't know any better, right? So we're already, you know, it's you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot, and it's frustrating. Rosebud says no one wants to think a parent might have a hand in the disappearance of their child, but how can we not immediately go there when it's happening everywhere and parents have been caught? Yeah, Rosebud, and that's my thing too, because the one that really shocked me, and I was even watching videos this morning. I couldn't sleep this morning for some reason, so I was watching old videos of Chris Watts and his interactions with the girls, right, with Bella and Cece, and I mean, he just looked like a really easygoing kind of like, you know, let the kids jump all over you kind of dad, right? Like, yeah, do you think that he really liked, being, horsey and having the kids jump on him? Probably not, but he allowed for it, and he seemed very even keeled, and like he didn't seem, hey, Ann Reynolds, he didn't seem like he was annoyed or anything. Now, one red flag that I could see was I don't think that he liked to be on camera. And then also when Shanann announced, because she would always find a creative way to kind of announce her pregnancy, right, with the two girls she did, and then with Nico she did too. And he was like, oh, that's awesome, like he was gonna say awful, but he ended up saying awesome, because Shanann was a tough cookie. She might have just, said, what the heck? But, it was kind of like one little kind of inkling into how he really felt, and I think he let a lot of things bottle up. But on the surface, you couldn't tell, he just looked like, whatever, yeah, we'll do this, and I'll be involved in this, and, come on, and looked like he was like best buds with Cece, and like, oh man, it's just, so yeah, I still analyze those old Watts videos, because that one really gets me. And there's a lot to be said on what people think when you have somebody who might be considered to be a little bit better looking as well, because they might not expect that person, suspect that person. Like they would if somebody, say, wasn't as attractive, right? So very interesting, very scary, especially when you think you're dealing with somebody who's even keeled. And Nisa Marie says, in my opinion, why does CP get pissed about KP's family, and why Yada inserted herself? Suspicious to me. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, just your thoughts or opinions. Thank you for saying that, DC. I know it's hard, and YouTube makes us say it right, but yeah, no, I think he was feigning, and if you guys might have a different take on it, but I mean, I think he was feigning outrage. I really do, because like you could even tell at the end of the conversation when Katie was like pouring her heart out, in my opinion, and saying like I was violently abused, and stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, and he was like, oh, well, I gotta go to work because I don't get paid by the freaking GoFundMe, what a dick. That was the time when he needed to be comforting his wife. If he was really upset about that, hurting his wife, excuse me, I should have finished that thought. If he was that worried about it hurting his wife, then he would have been consoling her and being like, I know, I'm so sorry. No one should have to know about this. I'm so sorry. He wasn't like that. No, it was getting a dig on Seth. We got to get that one in. And then also, in my opinion, I mean, he just wanted to find somebody to rage out with. And if he was mad about that coming out, it was only because it was casting more doubt on that side of the family, right? That's just my opinion. But, Yada, again, she's one of the ones in this case that I think had self-serving motives rather than really finding Sebastian. Hey, Vic, thank you for hitting the like. Yeah, it was self-serving. You could even tell because Bullhorn Betty put out some messages, and you could tell she was like trying to get Betty's attention, and when she couldn't, she had a fit. It's like people don't realize how busy we are. If we make time, to talk, it's just think about when the creators that are researching and stuff, if they take time out to talk to a family member, like, we're hoping to get more information, right? We're not hoping to make you famous, right? We don't even think that that's your motive, but that would be the last thing on my mind. And that was the last thing on my mind with Yada. I mean, I called her brave. I praised her. I thought she did great. But then come to find out, she was, instead of being of service to Sebastian and doing what she could to help him and figure out what happened to him, it was more self-serving, and she thought she might get, 45 minutes of fame or whatever she got. But it's unfortunate. I think a lot of people really, really care. And I think there's a lot of really good creators that are out there that are still talking about Sebastian, like Hindsight and Mama Marissa and the ladies from Voices of Truth. We have Nisi Marie. I know you've been working on those videos hard, girl. I came over and watched on your channel. We just have so many good people, and all of you guys, that are in the chat all the time, giving ideas and putting things out there and theories. It's important. And that's what they don't want us to do, because one of these days we're going to figure it out. Like, by golly, we're going to do it, No, I don't trust Yada. I really thought that she had a good, you're welcome, Hindsight. I appreciate you too. No, I really did. I thought she had good intentions, right? And at the very least, if you're putting it out there with good intentions, it's completely different than, being like, I wonder how many people, but you'd be surprised how people let it go to their head when they get on a podcast panel. I don't know why. I mean, it's it's just YouTube. Yeah, Yada turned out, in my opinion, to just be more of kind of a look at me kind of a person, I don't remember what was fully said. I think it was on Clue's panel with Yada, but it was just very strange how that all changed out, Yes, and I got the SI officer. I'm terrible on my TikToks. I'm bad. And I try to. I need to just make a TikTok. I need to make a first TikTok. I was trying to wait until my daughter had a little bit of free time so she could help me out with it, because I was gonna go bug her, because that is her jam and not mine. More so her jam than mine. But I like it when TikTok is not running, because then she'll maybe come over and watch my show. At least that's what she did when they took it off the air, that one. SI officer, I love you though, because you're pushing me. You're like, don't forget about the TikTok, and I can't. I also want to try to stream on. I know I could do like a multi-stream, so I was gonna try to stream on Facebook too. But yeah, TikTok is another one that's like, I'm totally out of my element. But I know that one thing I didn't like is that it doesn't save your lives, I don't think. Like, I think they get, I don't know, erased at some point or something. No Facebook, not Facebook, anything but Facebook. I know, and I'm so bad about going on Facebook as it is, so that's the funnier part. Well, guys, I am going to hop off of here. I hope that you enjoyed tonight. I hope it was informative, and you guys got to see, my little video from when I was really, really new. But I kind of want to go over, I might try to do some comparisons. I don't have the rest of the week planned out, but I do want to build it up to this lights video, right? And kind of get it to the point where everyone's on the same page. And then also I'll be doing, I think, some instruction videos on kind of how to view these things, because some of it's going to be a big part of like audience participation, because it's very difficult to show some of these because they get distorted. They get distorted as, as we're sharing them, as like, even as we put them on the screen. And then storage, because I'm trying to do this in high definition, as high of a definition as I could do it, so that way we don't lose any of the integrity of the videos and stuff like that. But still working on that. Thank you, Vic. Thank you so much, Hindsight. And then also Rosebud. Thanks, Rob Beanie. I know TikTok is and that's another thing, it takes up a lot of space, and so I'm deleting it and then redoing it, and but it's okay. pretty soon I'm gonna just bite the bullet and get a laptop, just even if it's like another like means of storage. I think it would still be beneficial for $200. I'm like, hey, there we go. But no, I appreciate you guys being here and revisiting this stuff with me. If you guys find out anything about the poker party, I would love to talk about it. So if you guys remember a clip or a certain instance where they were talking about it, where it's kind of a good, kind of solid account, you know. Yes, I did hear about Ozzy. I did, and I talked about him in the beginning. And here's I did. Look at this cute picture. Look at Sharon and Ozzy. Look at them. They're just so adorable. Together forever, guys. And she was his manager. I mean, she worked really hard. And, you know, it was funny during their show, you would see her just like signing him up for stuff that he didn't want to do. And it was hilarious, you know. Yep. Music icon Ozzy Osbourne passed away. And I didn't realize until today that Ozzy's birthday is 2 days after mine. So he's December 3rd. And I'm December 1st. So, but that's like a little collage of pictures. Oh, I'll have to repost it on my page. I did see the other day, Jack Osbourne has a channel and I'm subscribed to it. It's him and his wife, and they have their littlest one is like this cute little blonde girl. She's so cute. And she was watching Ozzy on the TV and she's going, Papa, Papa. It was so cute. But she was like rocking out to Ozzy and she thought he was right there. She's just a little one. So, oh, you named your kitten Ozzy? That's cute. Coffee, Crime and Cats. So cute. I know. Exactly. He did have Parkinson's, SI officer says, very sad, but he's not in pain anymore. Yeah, yeah. Gosh, he just really really a fun person, right? Like, oh my gosh, he could make me laugh and laugh. And like I said, now I look at the show a little bit different than I did when I was a teenager, right? And so I'm like, it's just funny. It's funny. All right, guys. Well, thank you all so much. And yeah, I'm gonna put up some more videos and things like that. I'll share that one of his little granddaughter. So cute. And you all have a great rest of your day. You're welcome, Sea Star. Thank you. And yes, let's keep going and trying to figure out what's going on. And definitely stop by to Voices of Truth and check out about Grandfather Mountain. It sounds like it's going to be a good one. Thank you guys so much. You all have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Rob Beanie. And Josh from the lab for stopping by too. Thank you. Coffee, Crime and Cats. Thank you. All right, you guys have a great day.